Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Southwest.
When your Rangers are at their best, the lineup presents problems from top to bottom. Just ask the Colorado Rockies. The pressure put on opposing pitchers is palpable. With men on base, the Rangers are among the best collectively. In late inning situations, they come through more than any team in the league. Today, they look to keep the pressure on and run their streak to 6. Your Rangers and the Colorado Rockies are next on Fox Sports Southwest. Texas Rangers baseball is presented by high-speed internet from AT&T. It is a typically warm late August or mid-August afternoon here in North Texas. Temperature hovering right around the century mark. Rangers will try to turn up the heat again this afternoon as they look for the sweep of the Colorado Rockies. And welcome in, everyone, along with Tom Greaves, Steve Busby. Glad you could join us on this Thursday afternoon, a matinee edition of Ranger Baseball under the scorching Texas sun. Rangers, though, scorching themselves. And, Tom, they have been very tough on opposing teams, especially late in games.
They have, Buzz. And, you know, all season long, the Rangers have been like that, winning close games. And sabermetricians will say that when you win one-run games, there's a certain amount of luck to it. And maybe there is. But when it happens day after day, week after week for 4 months, you begin to wonder if maybe the Rangers have something a little bit special going on, whether it's chemistry, talent, the ability to believe in yourself, whatever it is, seventh inning or later, they've been among the league's best. They've won 5 straight games. Every one of those 5 straight games has been a cliffhanger, gone right down to the wire, been settled after the 7th inning. So, you know, you wonder if it can keep going, but then you look at the Ranger team and you see the individual pieces and what it adds up to, and it's just not a surprise.
No, I would go with all the attributes you mentioned. As a matter of fact, this ball club has shown all kinds of versatility and resilience as the year has gone by. Well, they look to make it 6 in a row and sweep the Rockies out of Globe Life Park this afternoon. The Liner to Shields and company taking on Colorado. We'll come back with the starting lineups and the first pitch right after this. On Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today during the Ford Freedom Sales Event and see why Ford is the best in Texas. By AT&T High-Speed Internet. Get a deal worth talking about. Get high-speed internet from AT&T. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. The afternoon, as we go on, will get warmer. It's 98 degrees as the lineup cards are being exchanged down at home plate. And before we get underway on this delightful afternoon, here's Emily Jones.
Well, Buzz, the way the Rangers have been playing of late, especially this 5-game streak, very reminiscent of the way they were playing early in the season when they got out to that big lead in the American League West. They're now back on top of the American League, and Mitch Moreland says they're teetering on being back in that familiar groove.
I think we're definitely on that track, trying to get back to where we were earlier. I felt like that run we made, we were putting up a ton of runs early. The close games we did, we seemed to always come out on top. And, we were just playing complete games. And we could get a little better at that right now, but we're still in a very good spot. And we're still, playing to the last out. And that's big for this team because of what we're able to do late in the game.
And that is one thing that not only Mitch has talked about, Adrian's talked about it, Ian's talked about it, the leaders on this team, the fact that they are winning games, and that is good, but they're still not quite to that point to where they're clicking on all cylinders and where those complete games are coming in. Too many close games. They said this offense is much more capable of getting big cushions, getting out to big leads, providing the pitching staff a bigger cushion than it has been lately. So we'll see if they can get that aspect of their game going here today, guys.
All right, Emily, thank you very much. Good stuff. And, yeah, the Rangers definitely on the upswing. And we'll see if Lucas Harrell can help them out this afternoon. Well, Tom's going to tell you about the Colorado lineup that will face Lucas Harrell.
Well, it looks very similar to the last lineup. Charlie Blackmon will lead off again in center field. DJ LeMahieu plays second. Nolan Arenado, the all-star third baseman for Colorado, will bat third. David Dahl, the hot rookie, will move up to fourth in the lineup. Mark Reynolds will bat fifth. Gerardo Parra is the right fielder. Daniel Descalso is the shortstop. The DH is Ryan Rayburn, and catching is Tony Walters, batting ninth.
And that lineup put together by Walt Weiss will be facing the 31-year-old right-hander out of Springfield, Missouri. That would be Lucas Harrell. Lucas making his third start, in a Ranger uniform. He is 3-2 in the year, considering what he has done in Texas and also with Atlanta. That ERA at 3.46. The league just hitting .239 against Lucas, so he's trying to throw a few more strikes than he was able to last time out against Houston. That was his first start against his the club that brought him to the big leagues originally, and he had 92 pitches through 3 2/3 innings. And he said that was the big thing about he was trying to improve this time out, more quality strikes. The first pitch to Charlie Blackmon is high and away for ball one. Hit well to center field. Desmond will stop and watch this one go. And Charlie Blackmon up on Greens Hill. A leadoff home run. It is 1-0 Colorado. Charlie Blackmon with his 8th leadoff home run of the year.
That one went a long way. That went up in the shade at the top of the grass on Greens Hill. There's no doubt about that. He saw a fastball on the first pitch. Pretty confident he would see another one, and when he did, he hit his 15th home run. High fastball out over the plate. I haven't seen many balls hit up there.
That ball jumping off Blackman's bat, and just like that, and you can tell by that sound, that reverberated throughout Globe Life Park. So 1-0 Colorado after a couple of pitches. And DJ LeMahieu takes ball one. LeMahieu, 327 average. He is up among the league leaders in the National League in hitting. Takes a strike. LeMahieu, 7 home runs, 41 driven in. He is 2 for 7 against Lucas Harrell. 2 balls and a strike. LeMahieu going back to June 7th, so almost 2 full months. Been a .351 hitter. Slices that out of play to the right, and the count evens at 2-2. Now the Rockies offensively are first in the National League in most categories. They are just 1 point out of first in on-base percentage. It's a shot up the middle, but second baseman Odor has it. One gone. Take a look at the rest of the Ranger defense delivered to you this afternoon by Chicken Express. Nomar Mazara, Ian Desmond, and Shin-Soo Choo in the outfield, left to right. Mitch Moreland, Rougned Odor on the right side, Andrews and Profar on the left side, with Robinson Chirinos catching this afternoon for Lucas Harrell. Nolan Arenado, the power-hitting third baseman, .286 average. League-leading 30 home runs and 90 driven in as Harrell drops in a breaking ball. I'm saying about the Rockies, though, they're first in average in the National League at .271. Also first in runs scored. They are approaching 600, now at .592. No balls and 2 strikes. Arenado, 2 out of 5 in his career against Lucas Harrell. Harrell did have a start when he was with Atlanta this year against Colorado. That didn't go well for him. He was down in Atlanta. He lasted 3 2/3 in that ball game. Gave up 5 earned runs and 7 hits. Took the loss for the Braves. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lucas's best year was his rookie year with the Astros back in 2011. And he misses outside to fill the count. Go with 1 out. Arenado trying to get aboard. David Dahl, the hot-hitting young left fielder, is in that on-deck circle. Payoff pitch. Lost him outside for ball 4. Arenado aboard.
Oh, you got ahead 0-2 and then looked like he just tried to make the perfect pitch on 4 straight pitches. Arenado's a tough guy to pitch to and couldn't locate the strike zone in that particular at bat after being ahead 0-2.
Now, one thing we've seen in this in the first 3 games of this series with the Rockies, they're a team that'll make you throw strikes. They're not, for the most part, a wild swinging bunch of hitters. Dahl with that 16-game hitting streak to open up his major league career. .365 average, 3 home runs, 9 driven in. The changeup from Harrell. 1-1. Dahl with that 1 base hit last night, the 2-run triple that tied the ball game in the 8th inning.
You know, in Harrell's last start at Houston, he threw 92 pitches in 3 2/3. Had more balls than strikes. There was nothing wrong with his stuff. His stuff was fine. He struck out 5 in 3 2/3. It was just a matter of not being able to pitch deep into the ball game because he just didn't throw enough strikes.
Dahl shoots it out of play down the left side. Over to take a look, Mazara and Profar, but that well back into the seats. 2-2. And we'll take a look at our Ford leaderboard for you. And there's the streak we were talking about for David Dahl. The all-time best in the major leagues, Chuck Aleno, back in 1941, had a 17-game hitting streak to start his career. Juan Pierre and David Dahl now deadlocked with 16. And that chopper foul count remains even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Dahl started out the year in Double-A, got called up to Triple-A, and in just a short period of time, 2 weeks, he hit so well in Triple-A, close to 500, they couldn't keep him out of the big leagues, and he's maintained that hot streak in the last 2 weeks that he's been here.
Takes that pitch just a little bit high and outside. It's a full count.
Take what he did in Triple-A and what he's done in the big leagues, it's 125 at bats, and it adds up to a .424 average.
Arenado on the move. The pitch is lined to right field, a base hit. Arenado going for third. The throw is cut off. And there is your record-tying base hit by David Dahl. 17 consecutive games to open up his big league career. That ties him for the all-time best in Major League history.
He's doing it at a young age, too. He's only 22 years old. The 10th pick in the draft 4 years ago. He zoomed through the minor leagues. High school player. Looks like they've got a gem right here. Saw him go to first base from home plate on a ground ball yesterday, and he can run. He got a lot of things going for him. Not like the Rockies need more offensive players. Boy, yeah, they've got a lot of them.
They do. And they got runners at the corner. Still just one out. Mark Reynolds, first baseman, steps to the plate. Harold trying to figure out a way to get out of this first inning without having any further damage. Good breaking ball on the first pitch, 0-1. Reynolds a .279 average. He has a dozen home runs and has driven in 4 dozen. Ranger infield, a double play depth. Odor shading toward the bag at second, with Andrews maybe a step toward the hole. 1 ball and 1 strike. Lucas Harrell, kind of a repeat of last time out, too. The first inning last time was well over 30 pitches, and he is up to 22 at this juncture. Still only has 1 out. 11 balls and 11 strikes for him. There it is for you graphically, the 17-game hitting streak to start a career that ties the Major League record. Chuck Aleno did it back in 1941. Only other hitter in Major League history. 2-1 the count. Harrell peering in for the signs from Robinson Chirinos. 2-2.
Good slider. Reynolds a little bit out in front of it. Second time in this at bat he's done that.
Now Harrell ready once again and goes first base way. Harrell with the Atlanta Braves didn't really have much of a problem, or at least he didn't experience the same problem as he has with the Rangers. He walked 3 on 3 occasions. That was the high water mark for him. He was able to work at least 6 innings in all but one of his 5 starts. Had a play to the right. A little bit different story though for the Rangers. He had 3 walks his first time against Kansas City. That was in 6 innings. Then walked 5 against his former team, the Houston Astros, last time out. Arenado the runner at third with Dahl at first. And he hits Mark Reynolds right in the middle of the back. That's going to load up the bases.
Well, this is exactly what Jeff Bannister didn't want to have in the first inning, was a pitch count into the 30s. And when you look at the bullpen, it's been used quite a bit over the last 5 games. Alex Claudio pitched 2+ innings a couple of days ago. I guess he would be the long man today. But he's on pace to have the same kind of start that he had in Houston. He's just got to locate, get a ground ball, get out of this inning, get back in the dugout, get a deep breath, and figure out how he's going to get through 5 or 6 innings.
Doug Brocail out to see if he can help him say the magic word or the magic phrase to get Lucas Harrell back in the strike zone. Get him to extricate himself from this mess. Got the bases loaded, still just 1 out. Gerardo Parra is the hitter. Now Parra, a guy that kind of goes against the grain of the rest of the Rocky hitters in that he will expand his strike zone. He is up there looking to swing the bat See if Lucas Harrell can use that aggressiveness against him. Arenado at third, Dahl at second, Reynolds at first. The change up on the first pitch, foul tip strike.
Yeah, the other guy, there's 8 other guys out there that aren't really thrilled with a 30-pitch inning, and that's the fielders that have to stand out there in 100-degree heat.
Yep.
They're wanting to get back in the dugout too.
1-1. Yeah, especially the guys in the dirt of that infield. That gets a little bit warm standing around on it. Barra, a 262 average. And Harrell with the advantage in the count now. A ball and 2 strikes.
One thing Lucas did against the Astros is he had a couple of innings like this, and he managed to pitch out of it with minimal damage. The damage was his pitch count. He only gave up 1 run in that game. So see if he can get out of this inning, have a high pitch count, but see if he can get out of it without a lot of damage being done.
Got him swinging. Went upstairs, and Barra didn't have a ladder to the attic. 2 gone.
And that's kind of what he did in that game. He had 5 strikeouts and 3 2/3 in trouble the whole time. So maybe he'll pitch out of this bases loaded jam. High fastball. Parra extended the zone a little bit. I don't think he saw a strike in that at bat.
So 2 gone. Lucas Harrell will continue to work from the stretch with the bases full. Daniel Descalso over the top of that breaking ball for strike 1. Descalso, a .311 hitter. Couple of home runs, 24 driven in. He has not been able to solve Lucas Harrell in 7 career at bats against him. And a good fastball to the outside corner. 0-2. Lucas okays the sign, the 0-2 pitch. Got him swinging. Well, Harrell back-to-back strikeouts. He limits the damage to 1 run. Charlie Blackmon's leadoff home run. The Rockies leave him loaded. We'll go to the bottom of the third. It's 1-0 Colorado. Shin-Soo Choo will start things off for your Rangers. Rangers come to bat in the bottom of the first. Tom's going to tell you about the Southwest Airlines Rangers batting order.
Rangers will start out with Shin-Soo Choo in right field. Ian Desmond is in center field. Rougned Odor bats third today. Adrian Beltre will DH. He's the cleanup hitter. Mitch Moreland is fifth. Jurickson Profar gets the start at third base as Beltre DHs. Nomar Mazara is back in left field. Elvis Andrus bats eighth at short, and catching, batting ninth, Robinson Chirinos.
And that lineup facing the 27-year-old right-hander from Lubbock, Texas. That would be Chad Bettis. Chu, a 270 average, as Bettis misses outside. Chad, fastball, slider, changeup. Very aggressive, especially with the fastball. He goes right after hitters. Rangers will have to be, or at least have an effort to match his aggressiveness. Fight fire with fire, if you will. 2-1 to Chu. Three balls and a strike. Shin-Soo Choo trying to lead off by getting aboard. Ian Desmond, the Rangers center fielder, is in the on-deck circle. Choo had a good rip at that fastball. Chad Bettis, and one of the guys that kind of like Tyler Chatwood we saw the other day in Denver. Not a big right-hander. He's 6'1", and by today's standards, kind of undersized, but has a very good arm and a very aggressive nature. Payoff pitch. That ball's hit well to center field. Retreating is Blackman. He stops just shy of the warning track and makes the catch.
Batting second, the center fielder.
Chu gave it a pretty good ride, but came up about 15 feet short. One on, Ian Desmond coming up. You saw Blackman on that play in center. He's flanked by Dahl in left, Hara in right. Mark Reynolds and DJ LeMahieu on the right side of the diamond. Daniel Descalso and Nolan Arenado on the left side, with Tony Wolters catching this afternoon. Oh, one out in the Ranger first. Ian Desmond, a 290 average, steps in. Desmond, a couple of RBI last night. Now has upped his total to 68 for the year. One ball and one strike. Desmond has had one at bat before against Chad Bettis, and he struck out that time. Slider to the outside corner. 1-2. Desmond and Carlos Beltran, the only Ranger hitters that have had any experience against Bettis. The rest of the guys, again, one of those situations where seeing a guy for the first time, it's going to take him at least one time at bat, maybe two, to be able to make the adjustments. To the right side, Reynolds dives for it and comes up with it. And hits Bettis covering first. Two gone. It's kind of a slow motion dive. He kind of laid down on the right side, but he made the play.
I think he started the dive and probably realized he might not have needed to dive when it took that nice bounce to him. See Reynolds playing way off the line. Just wanted to make sure he got to it, which he did. Ball stayed up and didn't bounce. Would have been a tougher play if it bounced on the short hop. As it was, even with the dive, it was a fairly easy play for him.
Now two gone. Rougned Odor now will step to the plate. Odor hitting 280. He is on quite a doubles tear. Odor had his 7th double in his last 8 ball games last night. He has 26 now, which is the high watermark for the Rangers. 0-2. And with Rougned at the plate, he's our TXU Energy Power Player to watch today. Last 8 ball games, a .324 average, those 7 doubles and 3 RBI. And Jeff Bannister has been moving Rougned Odor around the middle of the Rangers lineup. He's had him down at 5th and now up to 3rd today. Likes to having Odor in run-producing spots in that lineup. A time called. Bettis and Wolters not able to get together on a sign. Up the middle. Picked off by the third baseman, Arenado. And the throw got him as Reynolds makes a sprawling catch of a short hop throw. Nice play on both ends. Odor and the Rangers gone. Out in order are the Rangers after one. Colorado leading 1-0. He will take on the number 8 hitter, Ryan Rayburn, the designated hitter for the Colorado Rockies. Harrell with 33 pitches in the first inning, 19 strikes, 14 balls. So he'll go back to work trying to get a very quick ending under his belt. And Rayburn taking all the way. It looks at strike one. Rayburn a .238 average with 8 home runs, 27 driven in. Rayburn last night 0 for 1. He had a couple of walks. 1 out of 5 against the Rangers, going back to his first 2 games in Colorado. Slicing deep down the right field line, but that's going to go back into the seats. Chew over to take a look, but it'll be a souvenir. 1-2. As Tom told you, the Rangers on a run of having won 5 straight ball games, all of them being won from the 7th inning on. Rangers in comeback mode and comeback late mode. They've been able to get the job done. Here's the 3rd straight strikeout for Harrell. That's how he opens up the 2nd inning. Rayburn gone swinging, and Tony Wolters will be next.
Now, there's nothing more exciting than see your team come back, especially some of the comebacks the Rangers have made behind by as many runs as they've been behind. But I know that a manager would much prefer to get 5 or 6 runs early in the game and then kind of coast to a victory every now and then too. And I think that's what Mitch Moreland and Adrian Beltre are kind of alluding to. Earlier in this season, the Rangers had way more 5-run innings than any other team in baseball, and they were kind of blowing people out in the first 3 or 4 innings of a ball game frequently.
Yeah, especially here at home. It seemed like every time they came back home, they'd get 4 or 5 runs early in the ball game, 1st or 2nd inning. Look out, folks.
Yeah, they really had the knack for stringing hits together. And they've got the same guys bolstered by reinforcements, and so it's, I think, as the players allude to, they feel like they're getting close, and it's just a matter of time before they start putting together a few of those innings.
So check in with Emily Jones.
Yeah, and another thing that they've brought up, as well as manager Jeff Bannister, is saying that they don't feel like the defensive, the high level of defensive play is there where it was in the beginning of the season. That's something they want to continue to work on. They feel like that's an area in which they can improve, even though, like you said, the wins are coming. They want to make sure that when they are getting those wins, they're coming in complete game form.
Yeah, and thank you. And that listening to what you talked about with Mitch Moreland about the cleanliness, the clean atmosphere of a ball game. That's what they're talking about. You know, a crisp, clean ball game where you don't make the mistakes that can mount on you and tend to beat you.
Yeah, and in the bottom line of a ball game, there's not anything. There's no difference between scoring some runs and preventing some runs.
Right.
It still adds up to the same thing at the end of the game. So if you can add a few and then subtract a few with better defense, now you've got a couple of good things going for you.
Well, Lucas Harrell on a pretty good run here. He has struck out 4 consecutive Rockies.
I don't know what Doug Brocail said to him, but he took it to heart.
Might have threatened him.
Whatever.
Charlie Blackmon. And the ground ball taken by Odor. That'll do it. A 1-2-3 inning. No, Lucas Harrell rights the ship very nicely. After 1.5, it's the Rockies 1, the Rangers nothing on Fox Sports Southwest. Rangers baseball on Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today during the Ford Freedom Sales Event and see why Ford is the best in Texas. Adrian Beltre starting off the Rangers second. And he fouls back the first pitch from Chad Bettis. It'll be Beltre, Moreland, and Profar, the first 3 to do the swinging here in the Rangers second inning. Adrian, 278. 17 home runs, a team high 70 RBI. That's the approach Adrian swinging to those first 2 pitches that the Rangers would like to use against Bettis. He throws a lot of strikes, especially early in the count with the fastball. He just pours them in there. The Rangers trying to match his aggressiveness with aggressive swings of their own. He's got a good enough assortment of off-speed pitches, the slider and changeup, that if you get behind, he can put you away pretty quickly. Bettis, a second-round pick back in the 2010 draft. That was after his junior year at Texas Tech. There's the curveball, choked down slider, and Adrian Beltre gone on strikes, 1 away for Mitch Moreland. And before Mitch steps in, we're going to welcome in Jim Knox. Hello, Jim.
I appreciate it, Buzz. Hey, great day for baseball. Got the Teague family in for Kilgore. Abby's celebrating her 12th birthday. They even have a little chant. Let's hear it, girls. Big Ranger fans here. You gotta like that.
Love it.
Father-daughter day here at the ballpark. Way to go, Abby. Happy birthday. Way to go, guys. Thanks, Buzz.
Very good, Noxie. Thank you. Yeah, Mitch Moreland ropes one to right center field for a base hit. Rangers have their first base runner. Boy, Mitch really swinging the bat well and has been for the better part of a month now.
Yeah, Mitch coming into the game was hitting .381 over 14 games. That was a pretty good pitch from Mitch, a low fastball, and put a nice swing on it. Yeah, Mitch, doesn't seem like it was that long ago. His average was below 220.
Yeah.
Now he's up over 250, making a pretty good assault at the 260s, 270s by the time the year's over.
The Jurickson Profar, switch hitting utility man for the Rangers. Then they get to start at third base. Takes ball one. Jurickson a .280 average, 5 home runs, and 17 driven in. One ball and one strike. Profar 1 for 4 in last night's ball game, but still in the midst of a pretty precipitous drop offensively for himself. Just 3 for his last 23. Covers the last 6 ball games. Been much better though at home than he has been on the road. Average at home .356, very robust figure, and on the road Jurickson getting to a .217 clip. 1 on, 1 out. Rangers down by a run as they bat here in the bottom of the second. Two and two. There are the numbers for Jurickson, his 58th ball game of the season. On base percentage still up there pretty good, .338. Bettis a check of first as he sets. Full count. Profar able to lay off that tailing fastball. No one out. Profar hitting with Moreland at first. Jurickson trying to get aboard to join Moreland. Nomar Mazara, the Ranger left fielder, is next. Bettis peering in for the sign from Tony Wolters. Now he's ready. High ball 4. 2 aboard with 1 out. Here comes Mazara.
Good job by Jurickson laying off that high fastball. So many hitters are going to swing at that pitch. 3 or 4 inches high, 3-2 pitch, looking for a strike to hit. Getting a little over anxious, but Jurickson's able to lay off it.
Well, let's see if the Rangers can make Bettis pay for that walk. Puts 2 on. Something that Bettis does not do all that much of. Walks about 1 man for every 3 innings. Mazara hitting at .284, and Nomar starting to turn things around for himself offensively. Big slow breaking ball for strike 1. Mazara in his last 3 weeks of play has hit .322. That's gotten that overall average up to the .284 levels you can see. Nothing in 2. Nomar's hit safely in 8 of his last 9 games at a .345 clip. Two on with 1 out here in the second. Mazara tired of waiting, and he is granted the request for time by Carlos Torres. Outfield plays Mazara the other way. They are shaded pretty drastically over toward left center field. 1 and 2. That's more in line with what we have seen Nomar Mazara do as far as balls to the outfield. A lot of hit toward left center and left field when he's swinging the bat well. This season against right-handers, hitting an even .300. 12 of his 13 home runs and all but 6 of his RBI against righties. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Rangers continue to hit well in this ballpark as a team. They are at .281, which is 30 points higher than their road average. averaging almost 5.2 runs per home game, as opposed to 4.25 away from Globe Life Park. A little bit low, 2-2. The Rangers working Bettis a bit here in the second inning. He's gotten up to 32 pitches now with just one out in the second. Moreland inching off the bag at second, has his lead. Off the fist and right near the bag. Mark Reynolds makes the play. That's the only out he can get. On to third goes Moreland. To second is Profar. Here, there were 2 outs, and Elvis Andrus coming up.
Well, it's a good spot for Elvis. As many hits as he's got in these situations lately. He's been a very hot hitter over the last 48 games, well over 300. And getting a lot of hits when men in scoring position. First base open, 2 men on. See what they do with him.
Yeah. If they're going to pitch to him, I would imagine they'll pitch very carefully. Walters now getting down on the crouch behind home plate. Elvis brings in a 4-game hitting streak. He's gone 7 for 15. Go back to the middle of May or the latter part of June. I mean, he's a 500 hitter with runners in scoring position. He's gone 12 for his last 24. For the season, he is 4th in the league with a .378 average with runners in scoring position. He's got Moreland at third and Profar at second. Rangers trailing by a run. Mitch with a 1-out single, and Profar followed him with a walk. They both advanced on the ground out by Mazzara. That slow breaking ball just caught the upper reaches of the strike zone on the inside corner. And that's not one that a hitter is going to be happy about having called a strike. Now Bettis with a 1-1. Hit hard, but shortstop Descalso has it. And that'll do it. The Rangers get a hit and a walk, but strand a pair. We have gone through 2 innings here at Globe Life Park. The Rockies won, the Rangers nothing on Fox Sports Southwest. AT&T high-speed internet replay. Lucas Harrell worked himself into a pretty good jam in the first. Where the bases loaded, just 1 out, got a strikeout of Parra and Descalso. That ended things. And then in the second, he picked up right where he left off, striking out Rayburn and Walters. 4 consecutive punch-outs. Lucas Harrell has gotten himself back in the zone, and he starts the third inning, dealing to DJ LeMahieu, and he fires strike one.
Yeah, 10 or 15, 20 pitches into the game, he'd thrown more balls than strikes, and now he's almost double strikes to balls, so he's made a nice comeback.
Profar deep behind the bag at third and not taking any chances. He made the throw, but it was a foul ball.
And you get
And the umpiring crew tonight, Carlos Torres calling the balls and strikes. Paul Emmel at first, Mike Estabrook at second, and Greg Gibson down there at third. He is the crew chief. No balls and 2 strikes to DJ LeMahieu. LeMahieu, Arenado, and Dahl, the first 3 to face Lucas Harrell here in the third. Another chopper third base way, and again foul. LeMahieu, .326 average as he faces Harrell here, leading off this third inning. Lucas dropping down a little bit. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mayhew's .327 average to start the game was good for third in the American League. The 1-2. LeMahieu is always giving the Rangers problems. You see this splits home and road. He's much better at home. .378, 102 points higher than his road average. Up the middle by the dive of Rougned Odor, and LeMahieu has a leadoff single.
Yeah, LeMahieu's a similar kind of hitter to Michael Young. You can tell he is trying to go back through the middle. Hope Rougned's okay. Hits a lot of line drives to right field. Line drive in the gap type hitter. 300 hitter as well. Hit 300 last year. He's hitting well over 300 this year. Kevin Harmon's going to come out and check on Rugi.
He's saying he jammed his elbow into his side there, kind of knocked the wind out of himself, it looked like. Good effort by Odor. Watch that right arm kind of fold up underneath him and boom, right in the rib cage. Kevin Harmon and Jeff Bannister out there to take a look at him. Elvis pronounces him okay. George and Profar says, yeah, he can handle it. It's all right. No. The only one not smiling is Rougned Odor. I'm still trying to get my breath back.
Kevin Harmon and Jeff Bannister had a race back to the dugout. They were flying off the field.
No, leadoff single has LeMahieu at first. And here's Nolan Arenado. Arenado drew a walk in the first inning.
Let's check it out. It's Harmon closing the gap. And Bannister holds him off to the dugout.
That gets by Chirinos all the way to the backstop. So LeMahieu down to second. Wild pitch, no doubt, will be charged to Lucas Harrell. 2 balls and a strike. And no strike, excuse me. Two and one. Arenado took an 0 for 3 yesterday. He's still 4 for 11 in this series. Make that 4 for 10. Ahead in the count here, 3 and 1. Arenado has always given the Rangers problems. .351 career hitter. Harrell back to the plate. Up the ladder goes Elvis. It's off his glove. That's going to keep LeMahieu at second. Arenado, though, able to reach on the base hit.
Well, off the bat, it looked like a certain single. Then you see Elvis go up, get the glove out, and you go, he might come down with that. And he almost did. Just bent the fingers of his glove back and didn't quite stay in the glove. But the fact that he knocked it down kept LeMahieu from going to third base anyway. Get the double play in order without a run scoring.
2 on, nobody out. David Dahl had a solid base hit to right field, extending his career record tying streak of 17 consecutive games with a base hit. That's to start his career. 0-1. Dahl, the 16th best rated prospect on that 100 prospect list Baseball America put out at mid-season. 2-1. And now Chirinos going to talk to Harrell. And Jurickson Profar is going to come in and add his 2 cents into the conversation. Rangers looking for that ground ball at an infielder. They can't get 2 quick outs and keep the Rockies from mounting a big charge here in the 3rd inning. Ian Desmond over to his right makes the catch. Everybody will stay put. That is out number 1. Next will be Mark Reynolds.
First baseman Mark Reynolds.
Well, Lucas Harrell got ahead of Mark Reynolds the first time up 0-2. Missed with a couple of pitches, then on a 2-2 pitch, drilled him right in the back. That loaded the bases, and from that point on, Harrell proceeded to strike out. Parra and Descalso got out of the inning with no further damage. And we'll see if he can induce maybe a double play out of Reynolds this time. Reynolds was the one that hit the ground ball in the 1st inning of last night that the Rangers failed to turn a double play on. Ended up not costing them anything more than just 7 extra pitches for Martin Perez. That's something the Rangers have not made a habit of doing. Missing double play opportunities. They still lead the world in double plays.
Well, the perfect throw.
Yep.
Gave himself a chance to get him at second. With a perfect pitch and get a ground ball.
Yeah. A little bit of a shift on with Odor shading up the middle. That's not very much of a stretch to get him to second base quickly. 1 ball and 1 strike after the foul. Harrell's next pitch will be his 60th of the afternoon. DJ LeMahieu on the left side of your screen. He is at second. Nolan Arenado is over at first. Took something off the breaking ball. It's 1-2. It looks like Harrell more comfortable now as the game has gone on, mixing in the slower breaking ball.
Yep, good curveball.
Right-hander nods in agreement and a check of second.
Hung that one, though.
Yeah, he did.
Fortunately, Reynolds was out in front of it, kind of waved at it. That one never got down where the one before it was. That one just stayed up in the middle of the plate.
Still 1-2. Couldn't get him to offer at that one.
Good try.
Yep. Now another 2-2 pitch. Will be coming to Mark Reynolds. Had control of that bat head when it got into the hitting area. Harold taking a long look into Robinson Chirinos. Right center field, that is trouble. It is up the alley. Around third comes LeMahieu. Being waved around third is Arenado. The throw to the plate is not in time. Offline just a little bit. 2 runs across on Reynolds' double. And the Rockies take a 3-0 lead.
Well, they had a shot at the second runner. That was Arenado. Rugi's throw was a little bit up the line. It was there in time, but Robinson couldn't get back to make the tag. And that was another curveball that hung. He got away with one before it that he fouled off, but this one is pretty much the same pitch right in the middle of the plate. This one he didn't foul off. This he'd seen 4 straight curveballs, 2 good ones and 2 hangers, and he didn't miss the last hanger.
No, 2 runs across. Rockies now with a 3-0 lead. Gerardo Parra will step in with Mark Reynolds at second base. Still just 1 out. Diving stop by Moreland from his knees. Throws to Harold covering. That's out number 2, and on to third goes Reynolds. Parra retired. Daniel Descalso coming up. At first, we're going to send it back to Aaron Hardigan for a Chevy game break.
Now batting shortstop Daniel Descalso.
All right, Aaron, thank you. The Rangers here trailing 3-0. Daniel Descalso, who was a strikeout victim in the first, will step in. Nothing and 1. Descalso now in an 0-for-5 streak. Outfield plays Descalso a couple of steps to the left. The infield just about straight away. Maybe favoring the right side by half a step. And that's in the hole through to left field, a base hit. Reynolds scores. Descalso with the RBI single. It is 4-0 Colorado.
Designated hitter Ryan Rayburn.
Well, Daniel Descalso has his first career hit against Lucas Harrell, and it drives in a run. Now 3 runs across in the inning. Ryan Rayburn now the designated hitter. 0-1. Rayburn started the second by striking out. Now he has that average at 229. The Rockies now 4 runs on 6 hits in 2 2/3 innings against Lucas Harrell. Harrell has walked 1. He has hit a batter. 0-2 now. Harold, okay's the sign. The right-hander's ready. And that ball in the dirt gets away from Chirinos. So down to second goes Descalso. Second wild pitch of the inning charged to Lucas Harold. Well, Lucas able to gather himself after a rocky start. The leadoff home run by Charlie Blackmon. Then he loaded the bases on a walk, a hit batter, and a single before striking out Parra and Descalso. That got him out of the first, but it also cost him 33 pitches. Had a very quick 9-pitch second inning with a couple of strikeouts. And in the third inning, trouble has reared its ugly head once again. 3 runs across, 2 outs, 1-2 the count to Ryan Rayburn. Now 2-2.
And he's going to be out there for at least 25 more pitches. I'm sure Jeff Bannister is just hoping he can get through 5 and maybe a little bit more than that if it's possible.
Call strike 3. Harold gets the outside corner, and that puts it into the third inning. But Rockies scored 3 times on 4 hits and leave 1 after 2.5. 4-0 Colorado.
A hole as we head here to the bottom of the third at Globe Life Park in Arlington. Want to remind you that August 15th is National Jersey Day, and I just happen to have one hot off the presses, a brand new Jonathan Lucroy jersey, which is available for purchase at the Majestic Grand Slam gift shop here at Globe Life Park in Arlington. But those who wear their jerseys to the game on August 15th get to participate in a pregame parade around the warning track. Also, the Rangers are offering special deals, 15% off of jerseys now through August 15th. So you'll want to be here then so you can walk around the warning track in your snazzy new Jonathan Lucroy jersey. Tickets available at texasrangers.com. Again, August 15th, Jersey Day here at the ballpark, guys.
All right, thanks. Very good looking jersey. Another very good looking Ranger jersey. Chirinos bolts one to center field. Blackmon on the move at the wall. It's off the wall. Robinson sliding with a leadoff double.
I saw Blackmon run down the one that you hit earlier in the game. This one looked a little bit tougher. His back was to the plate, sprinting, and you could tell the ball was going to get over his head. Didn't quite get out of the ballpark, hit the base of the wall. Rangers trying to make a little bit of a comeback, get on the board here, get some of these runs back. Fastball inside part of the plate. Good swing by Robinson. If he can start a big rally. Where'd that one hit?
Halfway up.
Halfway up.
Robinson's bid for his first home run of the year at home comes up about 5 vertical feet short. Backhanded by the shortstop Descalso, and Chu thrown out. On to third goes Chirinos. 1 out now, and Ian Desmond will step in.
I was listening to Mac and Pudge talk about the hottest games they ever played in, and Mac mentioned Kansas City, and I can think back to the exact same thing. It's easy for me to remember the hottest game. It was in Kansas City one day, and I'm not sure what the temperature was. It was probably around 100.
Yep.
But that turf was so hot that when we came off the field, didn't even bother to take our spikes off. We were just sticking them in the ice water.
Yeah.
It didn't matter whether you felt heavy or your feet were slogged up with water when you went back on the field. You just wanted to get that burn off the bottom of your feet. The one thing about Kansas City, if you went down into the tunnel of the dugout, you could get a little bit of cool air.
Right.
I don't know if it came from the clubhouse or where it came from, but that was by far the hottest game. I can't even remember one that was close to that. And you played there for your home team, so you must have a number of them. Did you ever pitch on one of those days?
Yeah. Matter of fact, it was against the Rangers one afternoon.
You might have pitched that day.
I remember matching up. I think it was Gaylord. It was 101 or something like that. That was when we had a thermometer out on the turf in the bullpen, and the thermometer broke at 140.
Wow.
George Thoma, great grounds crew up there, still talked about that for years and years, about breaking the thermometer on that stuff. So it was at least 140 on the turf.
On the turf, yeah.
I remember guys coming off at that time, we first started playing on the turf, guys would still wear the regular cleats, regular spikes.
That's what I had.
Metal spikes.
Yeah.
And you couldn't get an insole thick enough to prevent the heat from coming up through the spikes and burning your feet. And there's a base hit by Ian Desmond. Waited nicely on that breaking ball. Chirinos scores. Desmond gets the Rangers on the board. It's 4-1 Colorado.
Well, at least if you were pitching against Gaylord, chances are it was a fairly quick game. But on the other hand, you probably didn't get a lot of time to rest in the dugout because Gaylord was pitching quick to get off the field.
Yeah. Gaylord didn't take much time. But I was kind of chuckling. You're talking about the guys. But Doug Brocail suggesting the guys behind Lucas Harrell getting a little upset with him. Guys would get upset about that thing. They'd let you know, too. Say, hey, we're standing out here. It's hot. Will you please cut down on the pitches you're throwing? Well, here's Odor. Oh, Rugi, a good rip and a foul ball, 0-1.
I think, though, the worst heat I ever had in a game was in high school in an American Legion ball back in Massachusetts. It was one of those, not a lot of days like this in the summertime, but it was upper 90s, humid with no wind. And obviously it was the same kind of a game as we had in Kansas City. Didn't have turf, but the difference was we didn't have a dugout. You had a bench to sit on, but you never got out of the sun. And there was no Gatorade. All we had, if you can imagine this, you've heard about the water bucket.
Oh, yeah.
We had a bucket of water and a ladle. And when the game started, the water was cool. By midway through the game, it was warm. And every guy in the team got their drink out of the same bucket with the same ladle. Now that's how things have changed.
Yep. They
Nowadays, your parents would bring a cooler with as many Gatorades or Powerade, whatever it is you wanted, ice water, you name it. Back then, that was not the way you did it. We did not have that. No Powerade.
0-2 the count to Odor. Rugnet out on a very nice play by the third baseman, Nolan Arenado, his first time up.
There's probably a few people listening, Buzz, that are older than we are that said, well, at least you had a water bucket. We didn't have anything.
Odor rips one to center. Blackman on the move. He can't get there. It's by him and to the wall. Desmond never hesitating coming around third. He will score on to third, in with a slide as Rugnet Odor An RBI triple makes it a 4-2 Ranger lead.
Well, that shows you how strong Ruby is. That pitch looked like it was away from him, and he reached out and kind of hooked it and drove it past Blackman in center field. Brings in another run and sets up a nice opportunity for a third run. It's a breaking ball. It's well out of the strike zone. He kind of reached at it, just flicked it, and shot it 375 feet to right center field.
Still just one out. Odor at third. Here's Adrian Beltre. Well, the Rangers are a home run shy of the cycle this inning. Desmond's had a single. Chirino's had a double. Odor, an RBI triple. To right field, that will slice into the seats. And Adrian now with a count of 1 ball and 1 strike. Now, Rougned Odor is 4th triple this year and 20th triple in his career. And his 8 extra base hits in the month of August tie him for the top spot in all of baseball. And Beltre reaching out, poking that one back into the seats. 1-2. Infield for the Rockies playing back. They have a 2-run lead. Rangers cutting into it here in the 3rd inning. 2-2. Desmond drove in his 69th run of the year with a single. Odor drove in his 58th run with a triple. Beltre drive in his 71st. I don't know how in the world he hit that.
That had to be a foot inside. It was. That ball was a foot inside. See how he hit that ball.
If he doesn't make contact on it, hits him in the back leg. That's crazy. Now Bettis with a 2-2. In the dirt. Boy, nice stop by Tony Walters. And it runs the count full to Adrian. Now Beltre hitting 4th, trying to get aboard to join Rougned Odor. Mitch Moreland is in the Ranger on deck circle. The Rangers starting a comeback bid a little bit earlier today than normal. They had waited until the 7th, 8th, even the 9th inning, the last 5 ball games. Today, yeah, they got the wake-up call a little bit earlier. But they also had a little more of a deficit than they've been running. 4 runs today. Cut that deficit in half. Beltre trying to whittle more. Up the middle. Scooped up by Descalso. On the run, he throws out Beltre. Odor in to score. Adrian with the RBI. It's now a 1-run game. The Rockies leading 4-3.
Rockies score 3. The Rangers score 3. 3 straight RBIs by Desmond, Odor, and Beltre. A little bit off the end of the bat. Looked like it was headed for a base hit, but didn't hit it quite hard enough. Gave Descalso a chance to get over and get it.
I'll guarantee you at Coors Field that's true for a base hit.
Well, Rangers have seen the Colorado infield play some pretty nice defense in this series.
0-1 to Moreland. Yes, they have.
Make some nice defensive plays. Not limited just to Arenado either.
Moreland had a base hit to right his first time up. 1 ball and 1 strike. Mitch with that base hit. Now the average at 252 as he faces Bettis. Base is empty. And 2 away here in the 3rd. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Knocking a few guys off that top rail for the Rangers in their dugout. Anthony Iapoce, the Rangers hitting coach, decided he wanted to go sit down. Now he's back up there. You got to get a good look at each at bat. 1-2 pitch. Bettis, a long look in. The right-hander into the wind. And Moreland shoots it the other way for a base hit. Nice job of hitting by Mitch.
Wasn't much he could do with that other than go with it. And fortunately, there was no one playing shortstop. With it, hit it solidly. Took advantage of that shift that time. Mitch has hit a number of balls into the shift. This one he hits away from the shift. Pretty good pitch, too. Tailing down and away. Very nice job by Mitch.
So Moreland 2 for 2 this afternoon. Rangers still have life here in the third inning. Deficit is 1. Rangers have come back, and Jurickson Profar a chance to turn around the score here. Profar drew a walk his first time to the plate. .280 average for Jurickson. He has had pretty prolonged downturn offensively. The last 43 games hitting .230. And that's a ball toward the gap in right center. Cut off out there by Parra. Moreland will stop at second. No, back-to-back 2-out hits. Moreland and Profar. That brings up Nomar Mazara.
Nice swing by Jurickson. He really ripped that one. Hit right on the barrel of the bat. Less than 2 outs. I think Mitch would have probably gone to third with 2 outs. No chance taken there. Got the stop sign. If he had to get to third, he probably could have.
Yeah, Steve Foster, the Rockies pitching coach, out to have a chat with his battery, and also Daniel Escalso, the shortstop. Now Bettis having a little trouble in this inning. Rangers hadn't solved him the first time around, but this second time through the order, he has given up 5 hits in the span of 6 hitters. Nomar Mazara grounded to first, his first time up. It's Moreland at second, carrying the tying run in this game. Ball 1. Nomar Mazara, like Jurickson Profar, in a fairly prolonged downturn. It looks like Mazara is coming out of his. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nomar, over the last 49 games, just to compare it evenly with Profar, a .244 average. But he's had his average on the rise pretty well. .322 in the last couple of weeks.
Both pitchers working on fairly high pitch counts here in the third inning. Bettis is over 60. This will be his 65th pitch coming up in 3 innings. Harrell's about in the same spot.
Now Bettis, a belt high set. Inside, 3 balls and a strike. Mazara ahead of the count. He is trying to get aboard. Elvis Andrus would love to get a shot at Bettis here in this third inning. Moreland the lead from second. He's trailed by Jurickson Profar at first. Way inside, ball 4. That loads him up for Elvis.
Well, the Rangers got the 3rd run in on a ground out with nobody on base. Solid singles by Moreland, Profar, and a walk. Gives Elvis a chance to do some damage here as the Rangers bat around in the 3rd inning.
Steve Foster making a call down to that Rocky bullpen. The way things have gone for the bullpen, I'm not sure he's getting anybody to answer down there.
The Rockies have 8 men in their bullpen. The Rangers have 7, so they've got an extra arm down there.
Elvis spins out of the way of that inside pitch from Chad Bettis. Andrews, we mentioned, 4th in the American League hitting with runners in scoring position, 378. Hit a sharp ground ball his first time up. Daniel Descalso, his counterpart, took care of it. And that is in for a strike. 1-1. Rustin, the left-hander, beginning to loosen out there in left center field. Now time asked for and granted. Elvis stepping out. Elvis a .295 average, looking to pick up the tying and go-ahead runs. Slicing down the right side, long run over and back out of play. Trio of Rockies over there, LeMahieu, Reynolds, and Parra, all giving chase, but is back into the seats. Chris Rustin, the southpaw, haven't seen him in the 4 games that the Rangers and Rockies have played. 1-2 to Elvis. That is continuing to work from the stretch with the bases full. Left center field, Blackman tracking and makes the catch. That will do it. Elvis hit it on the nose, but Rangers leave them full. They did score 3 runs, and we have played 3 at Globe Life Park with the Rockies leading the Rangers 4-3. Now let's go to Rick Renner in our Rooms to Go lounge. Park. Be sure to catch the next post-game fireworks show. That's coming up tomorrow night. It's presented by Big Green Egg. Rangers take on the Tigers at 7:05 first pitch. Get your tickets today. TexasRangers.com, or you can call 972-RANGERS. The crowd, for the most part, staying back in the shade. And you can understand that if you look at the thermometer on the scoreboard. It says 102. That's not the time. Tony Walters leading off, and Lucas Harrell out to see if he can settle back in. Walters struck out the first time that he faced Harrell. The 9-1-2 hitters here in the fourth inning.
Well, here's where you want to see Lucas come out and have a nice inning. Rangers got the runs back, got right back in the ball game. Bullpen's probably a little bit tested for this early in the game. Come out and have a nice 12-pitch inning, get out of this inning, get back in the dugout, let the hitters hit, keep the bullpen sitting right where they are right now. That's the task at hand right here in the fourth inning for Lucas Harrell.
Almost becomes like a shutdown inning. Left field in a hurry. Mazzara, he can't get it. It's by him. Backed up by Desmond, but into second with a leadoff double is Tony Walters. And that ball kind of sinking and tailing back toward Mazzara. Nomar went into a dive and came up empty.
We've seen him make a lot of plays like that this year, ranging to his left and right. Gave it a great try. Couldn't quite get the glove to the ball, though. Would have been a beautiful play.
So that is the 7th hit of the afternoon for the Colorado Rockies. Third time they've had a leadoff hit in the 4 innings that Harrell has worked. Takes him back to the top of the order, Charlie Blackmon. Tony Walters with the 11th double of the season. Blackmon led the game off with his 15th home run of the year, his 8th leadoff home run. Foul territory. Profar in a run out of room. That's 3 rows back, just out of his reach. 0-1 to Blackmon. Blackmon now with that leadoff home run today, 20 career leadoff home runs. That extends his Rocky franchise record. Average of 313, now 53 RBI. Oh, the Rocky leadoff man. Walters at second base. Harrell with the 0-1 pitch. Right center field, that's in for a base hit. Around third, coming in to score. Blackmon going for 2, and he makes it with a slide. Charlie Blackmon with an RBI double. And the Rockies get back one of the 3 runs the Rangers scored. It's 5-3 Colorado.
Well, Blackmon can run, and he never hesitated. Hit the ball toward the gap. And I don't think that Shin-Soo expected him to go to second. And when he did, he caught him by surprise a little bit. Blackmon never slowed down. He's a good ball player. Plays solid center field, and he can hit.
DJ LeMahieu fouls that first pitch off to the right.
Pretty good bet that LeMahieu is going to be hitting toward right field here with a man on second, nobody out. He likes to hit back through the middle anyway. Saw him yesterday do that.
Charlie Blackmon out there after his 24th double of the year. To right field. Should be deep enough to get Blackmon over. Chu with a catch. Blackmon tags. The throw will be cut off. So LeMahieu with a productive out as he gets Blackmon to third. He's there with 1 out. And Nolan Arenado coming up.
Third baseman Nolan Arenado.
Arenado has been on base both times today. Walked back in the first and an infield single in the 3rd inning. Rockies now with 8 hits this afternoon. Rangers pulling the infield all the way in with Blackmon at third and 1 out. One and 0. Arenado this year, or I should say in the career against the Rangers. Now, blood ball. Has driven in 12 runs. 38 at bats. Harrell sets the 1-1 pitch. Outfield playing fairly deep and around to the left for Arenado. See the infield up right at the cut of the grass. The left field, Mazzara makes the catch on the run. Here comes Blackman. The throw is offline. Blackman scores. Arenado with the sacrifice line drive makes it a 6-3 Colorado lead. Well, Lucas Harrell can't keep the Rockies off the board. Couple of runs after back-to-back doubles opened the inning. And a fly out and a sacrifice fly played at the second run of this frame. No, 2 outs, bases empty for David Dahl.
Huge. That ball shot right by Mark Reynolds in the on-deck circle.
He didn't react till it hit the screen.
Well, number one, you don't expect it. Number two, I think you're so close. You just can't get out of the way of that thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if he even saw it.
Now, if he'd been standing right on the on-deck circle, the mat down there would have nailed it.
Yeah. Luckily, he was back toward home plate. Maybe watching a little closer now.
1-2 to Dahl. Dahl singled to extend his hitting streak to 17. And he has gone on strikes here. Chirinos will record the out at first with a throw. And that'll do it. But the Rockies get 2 of them back. 2 runs on 2 hits. Nobody left after 3.5. The Rockies 6 and the Rangers 3. Fans 14 and older in the game on Saturday will receive a Snapple Brookshires Fan Vote Rangers t-shirt. That's selected by you, the fans. Don't miss this special giveaway as the Rangers take on the Detroit Tigers that night. Get your tickets at TexasRangers.com or you can call 972-RANGERS. Now the deficit once again is 3 for the Rangers. And Robinson Chirinos leading off this inning, and he led off the 3-run third with a booming double to center field. Chad Bettis reminding him that part of that plate is the pitchers.
You know, what part of the plate did that pitch catch?
I don't know. What are you saying? Yeah, just don't lean out there too far.
I'm just saying that a pitcher's definition of that is a little bit wider than a hitter's.
That's true. That's true.
But I guess that's not earth-shattering information for anybody.
Kind of like the strike zone. We have a completely different set of rules for the strike zone. Pitchers and hitters.
A hitter would say, why do I have to give you either half of the plate? There's a plate there. This is how big it is. And I'm going to try to have all of it.
Pitch inside to Robinson. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That double by Torino snapped an 0 for 13. The Ranger catcher was in. He's just 3 for his last 27. That goes back 12 ball games now. Hit that one pretty well, but it's way up in the air. Blackman for out number 1. Take the Rangers back to the top of the order. Shin-Soo Choo with his 3rd at bat. Choo is flied to center and grounded to short. 0 for 2 today, hitting at 267. Choo, since coming back off his latest stint on the disabled list, back on the 4th of the month, he's hit safely in 6 of the 8 ball games that he's played in. One ball and 1 strike. And the Rockies in an extreme overshift. 3 players on the right side of the diamond, and Arenado, the lone Rocky, on the left. 2-1. That's hit well to left field. Retreating is Dahl, and he gets there to make the catch. Oh, Choo, a hard out, number 2 here in the 4th inning.
The center fielder, Ian Desmond.
Now base is empty for Ian Desmond. Desmond 1 for 2, had an RBI single last inning. Came around to score the 2nd Ranger run of the 3 that the club put up in that inning. A little bit tight for ball 1. Desmond now a modest 3-game hitting streak. Ian still right up near the top in a lot of offensive categories in the American League. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 8th in hits, 132 of them now. Also 7th in runs, now with 80 scored this year. And Desmond, as we know, has been very tough, especially here at home. A 373 average in Globe Life Park. Check swing, that pitch just darting off the outside corner. So a full count. Desmond trying to extend this 4th inning by getting aboard. Rougned Odor getting set to take on Chad Bettis. Payoff pitch on the way. The base hit to center field. Ian Desmond with his 2nd hit of the afternoon, and Desmond now with his 42nd multi-hit game of the year.
On the pregame show, we talked a little bit about Ian and the excellent season he's had, and the fact that it looked like slowly but surely he's coming out of a little bit of a downturn. Well, today's another good indication of that. An RBI single smashed into left field. Now a base hit with 2 outs smashed up the middle. So a couple of good, solid base hits for Ian in the ball game.
The Rangers now with 7 hits against Bettis, and the man at the plate had a ringing RBI triple his last time up. Rougned Odor drove in his 58th run of the year. He hits this one well to center field. Blackman turning his back to home plate. He's at the wall. Goodbye. Rougned Odor, his 22nd home run of the year. It's now a 1-run game once again. 6-5, Colorado.
Count Choo's ball that he lined to left field for an out. 3 straight Rangers have hit the ball hard. And each time Colorado's had a big inning, 3 runs, and then 2 runs. The Rangers have answered with 3 of their own and 2 of their own. Keep it a 1-run ball game. 2 outs, nobody on. Rangers end up with 2 runs in and still have an out to go. Get that last run back as well.
Here's Beltre. Odor, 22nd home run of the year. Little leg kick and got the foot down and put the hammer on the ball. Dead center field. Now 60 RBI for Odor. And Beltre pops up the next pitch. Shallow right. Angling out LeMahieu coming on Parra. And Gerardo Parra makes the call on the catch. And that'll do it. But the Rangers come back. They add 2 on 2 hits. Nobody left. After 4, Rockies 6, the Rangers 5 on Fox Sports Southwest. Baseball on Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by the all-new 3-row Mazda CX-9, meticulously crafted for driving because driving matters. Now Lucas Harrell again out to the mound, and boy, I guess you...
Let's say the same thing we said last inning.
Exactly. A shutdown inning would be very nice. Rougned Odor and the Rangers continue to come back in this ball game. It's a 1-run game once again. Harrell facing Mark Reynolds, Gerardo Parra, and Daniel Descalso here in the 5th inning. Ball 1. Next pitch for Harrell will be his 90th of the afternoon. Reynolds hit by a pitch and had a 2-run double. Flashes that pitch foul.
The hitters are having some pretty good swings through 4 innings. 16 hits and 11 runs. Lucas has only walked 1 today.
Yeah.
Struck out 6. The walks haven't been a problem.
8 hits. 1 hit by pitch. On top of that, a few base runners. 1-1. Shallow center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. And Reynolds has his 2nd hit of the afternoon. He leads off the 5th with the looping base hit to center.
Right fielder Gerardo Parra.
Next will be Gerardo Parra. Parra has struck out and grounded to first. Parra, a .260 hitter, 5 home runs, 28 RBI. Again, Parra in the lineup for the last 3 days. Carlos Gonzalez still nursing a very badly sprained right ankle. He hasn't been available to the Rockies.
One thing there haven't been many of today, and that's quick outs on the first or second pitch. Most of the at-bats have gone multiple pitches. It'd be nice, maybe get a nice little sinker and a quick ground ball double play right here to get two fast outs.
The Rangers at double play depth. Odor and Andrews up a couple of steps. Profar even with the bag at third. Harrell okay's the sign. He checks the runner. 2-1. Barra in this 4-game set now, 3 out of 15 against the Rangers. Carlos Gonzalez, who was in the lineup and started defensively in the first inning on Monday night up in Denver, had to come out as the ankle swelled. Did he go? Yes, he did. Field down to third, and that swing is confirmed by Greg Gibson.
Barra didn't like the call.
Doesn't look like Walt Weiss is a fan of it either.
Yeah, pretty tough not to call that a strike.
The 2-2 pitch coming. Right at Odor, they're going to turn it into 2 that way.
Gonna rope and turn it into a double play. Barra's really upset now. That's just what Lucas Harrell and the Rangers needed right there.
That it was.
A little blooper fell in and the line drive turned into a double play.
Shortstop Daniel Descalso.
Boy, you look at the Colorado lineup: Blackmon, LeMahieu, Arenado, and Dow, the first 4 hitters in the lineup, and you just feel like it's really tough to pitch through those 4. And then you take Carlos Gonzalez and Trevor Story and put them back in the lineup, and you go, man, goes 6 deep. And not that there's anything bad about the other guys in the lineup, but the guys at the top of the lineup are particularly good. Fortunately, 2 of them aren't in the lineup.
Daniel Descalso had an RBI single his last time up. He's 1 for 2 this afternoon. 2 balls and a strike to him. Yeah, and it's not the same kind of lineup, even with Story and Gonzalez in it. It was typically Colorado Rocky lineup where they had a bunch of bombers in there that couldn't hit for a high average. They hit a lot of home runs. These are guys that are good hitters and hit home runs.
I think it's even better.
Yeah. Out to shortstop. Elvis gobbling that up.
There's the shutdown inning,
Thank you very much. 3 up and 3 down despite a base hit. Double play took care of it. We have played half the ball game at Globe Life Park this afternoon. Rockies leading the Rangers 6-5 on Fox Sports Southwest. Attending this game on Sunday will be treated to an Adrian Beltre removable helmet bobblehead. That's courtesy of Nitto Tires. Be one of the first 15,000 fans to the Rangers-Tigers game on Sunday and collect this one-of-a-kind bobblehead. You can find your tickets at TexasRangers.com. Remember, remove Beltre's helmet at your own risk. Well, Mitch Moreland starting things off for the Rangers here in the 5th inning. Moreland, Profar, and Mazzara facing Chad Bettis. Bettis, that last pitch, number 90 this afternoon. Moreland chops that into the Ranger dugout. It's 2-1. Mitch has singled twice. Once to right, once to left. He's hit both balls very hard. Well, Mitch with the average now climbing up to 254 at the moment. Two and one. Make that 3-1. Moreland trying to get aboard to start off this 5th inning. Jurickson and Profar will follow. Rockies have about hit the Rangers by 1 today. They about scored them by 1. Little underhand flip to Bettis by Reynolds, and Moreland retired. 1 gone.
Third baseman, Jurickson and Profar.
Now, before Jurickson Profar steps in, let's send it over to Aaron Hardigan for a Chevy game break. All right, Aaron, thank you.
That's some good fortune. Behind 5-0 and get rained out.
They're playing a day-night doubleheader up there today. Profar, a walk and a single today. Now that evens the count at a ball and a strike. Jurickson walked in the 2nd, singled in the 3rd. Average at 284 currently. Two and one. Chad Bettis has had 6 straight starts of going at least 6 innings. It's fouled out of play.
That's in jeopardy.
Yeah, it is. He's at 97 pitches right now, and we're just in the 5th. He has 1 out in the 5th. It's been a tough day on starting pitching, and it's you know, some of it has to do with the weather. Some of it also has to do with the hitters that are swinging the bats pretty well. Profar down on strikes. That's just the 2nd strikeout for Bettis. 2 gone. Nomar Mazzara coming up.
Nice changeup. Boy, the bottom dropped out of that pitch.
Mazzara has walked and grounded out 0 for 1. Oh and 1 on the count. One ball and 1 strike.
Get that thing out of here.
Rejected by the umbrella. Now, you don't see that very often. The golf umbrella's out, producing a little bit of shade. There's a base hit from Mazzara. Boy, that was a bullet back up the middle. Parra has it get by him. It's going to the wall. Mazzara around 2nd. He will be held at 3rd. Look how hard that ball was hit. Kind of surprised Gerardo Parra. He had to go into a slide and still couldn't capture it.
Now batting the shortstop,
like he should have been able to knock it down easily without sliding. Looked like the slide was what caused it to go by him. All he did was reach down and catch it.
It's going to be scored a triple for Nomar Mazara. That's the second Ranger triple of the afternoon. He is at third for Elvis. First triple of Nomar's career. Elvis is grounded to short and skied to center field. Bettis will continue to work from the stretch. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now the right-hander checks Mazara. 1-2. Chris Russin again up and loosening. Kind of afternoon where the reliever goes out and shakes hands a couple times. He's ready to go. Two balls, 2 strikes. Hits are even at 9. Rockies with the run in the first, the difference in the ball game now. Each club has put 3 on the board and 2 on the board the last 3 innings. Just a little bit outside, and the count is now full. So Elvis trying to reach to join Mazara. Robinson Chirinos, the Ranger catcher, is next. Kind of get the feeling if you put zeros up on the board for the Rockies, this ball club is going to come back and win the ball game for you as Elvis draws the walk. Bettis not messing with Elvis on that 3-2 pitch. A slider that was well wide of the mark.
Well, each pitcher has jammed a lot of pitches, right around 100 pitches into 5 innings. Well, it hasn't been an artistic success for either one of them, but you have to give them pluses for being out there battling. It's 102 right now with all those pitches. 34 in the 3rd inning for Chad Bettis. They're still firing out there. They're not taking extra time. They're getting the ball and throwing it. So for that, you have to give them some credit. 107 pitches, 108 coming up here in the 5th inning.
Lucas Harrell looking pretty well drained on that Ranger bench too. And
no one warming up. I think he's going back out for the 6th inning, unless someone warmed up and I didn't see him.
No, runners at the corners with 2 outs. Robinson Chirinos, who has doubled and fly to center, steps in. Robinson's had a couple of pretty good passes at Chad Bettis this afternoon. His fly ball went to deep center as double lashed off the wall in dead center. And Bettis, with that in mind, pulled the string on the breaking ball. Chirinos now with the average at 189. RBI total at 18. Trying to increase that. The tying run at 3rd base. The go-ahead run at 1st. Oh, 0-2. Well, Nomar Mazara with 2 outs tripled into right center field. He is still over at 3rd. Elvis Andrus drew a walk, and he is stationed at 1st. Chirinos waiting, wagging that bat back and forth. Now Bettis ready. Rolled down to 3rd. Arenado. And that will do it. Rangers get a triple and a walk and strand 2. We played 5 innings at Globe-Life Park. Rockies 6, Rangers 5 on Fox Sports Southwest.
Arlington, the Rangers trailing the Rockies 6-5 as we continue on here on a steamy day here at the ballpark, and a very special promotion to tell you about in an effort to welcome Carlos Beltran to the Texas Rangers. Number 36, we are offering $36 tickets thanks to Fox Sports Southwest. Corner box tickets for select games in August when you use the online coupon code FSSW-Carlos can be yours at texasrangers.com/specials. $36 tickets in honor of number 36, guys.
All right, Ed, thank you. Well, Lucas Harrell back out to the hill, and he is dealing to Ryan Rayburn to start things off. Rayburn, Walters, and then Charlie Blackmon. Lucas Harrell with his 103rd pitch of the afternoon gets a swinging strike. 1-1.
If Lucas can battle through and throw 6 innings, that'll be pretty remarkable. Based on his pitch count the whole game, the heat, and the way Colorado has had good at bats.
Yep. Yeah, it all started with that 32 pitch first inning. Alex Claudio loosening in the Ranger bullpen. First action we've seen out there this afternoon. The 1-2 pitch. Ryan Rayburn struck out swinging in the second, was called out in the third inning. Harrell trying to get him to open up the sixth. 3-2. Now the payoff pitch. Got him swinging. Rayburn has the hat trick, and Harrell has 7 strikeouts.
Oh, he's still got his same velocity. Popped that last pitch at 91 miles an hour. Again, he's gotten hit a little bit, thrown a lot of pitches, but he's not backing down or giving an inch. He's out there going at him with all he's got. You have to admire that.
Yeah, 1 away. Here's Tony Walters, who has struck out and doubled. 0-1. Walters' double came leading off the 4th inning, and he came around to score on Charlie Blackmon's double. And Harrell jumping out in front. 0-2. Breeze freshening just a bit, coming in from center field now. Had been blowing from the right field corner over toward left field earlier in the ballgame. Now it's turned around to our customary south-southeast wind. 1-2 pitch. Ray Gibbs said no swing. Good look at the flags. Played it straight in from center.
Yeah. The other thing I'll give Lucas credit for is he's not walking all over the mound either. He's getting the ball back, staying on top of the rubber, getting the sign, trying to work as quickly as he can.
We'll try the 2-2 pitch again. Harrell reading the signs. Now the right-hander into the wide. Got him swinging.
Oh, boy, he's going to end up getting out of this 6th inning. 8 strikeouts, only 1 walk. Again, you can't say it's been a total success giving up 6 runs in 6 innings. But based on 30-plus pitches in the 1st inning and the fact that it's 102 outside, and hopefully the way he's finishing up, I'm going to give him a lot of credit for this battle.
And I'm sure that after the ball game, Jeff Anderson can give him some credit too.
No doubt. 114 pitches coming up.
He knew the situation in the bullpen, and Lucas Harrell knew what he had to do. And you're right, it hasn't been pretty at times, but it has been effective. Blackmon has been extremely effective for the Rockies today. He's doubled and homered. He has driven in 2. He has scored twice.
And you have to think that as the game has gone on, that people have asked the pitching coach, the manager have asked Lucas, hey, look, are you okay? How do you feel? And you'd have to think that he said all along, I'm fine. I'll throw as many pitches as you want me to. You just tell by the look on his face that he's out there doing that.
Lucas rubbing up that new baseball. Has Blackman in a hole for the first time this afternoon. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Got him. Foul tip.
Boy, I thought he had him right there.
The way that Blackman has swung the bat in this series, I'm not sure you can throw him a pitch that he can't foul off.
No, you're exactly right. You can make any pitch you want, and the worst he's going to do is foul it off. Then you get it close to the strike zone, and he lines it into the outfield for a hit.
Another 1-2. Chop to Profar at third.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to give him a big pat on the back for this performance.
3 up and 3 down. Rockies gone. We've finished 5 1/2. Ranger Brain Trust sees their club trailing by 1, 6-5, Colorado. Time now for the Sonic Slam Inning, brought to you by Sonic. Today's jackpot, $500 and dinner for 2 at Sonic Drive-In. If a Ranger hits a home run during this inning, Patsy Norton from Sulphur Springs will win $500. And if a Ranger hits a grand slam this inning, Patsy is going to win $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant. Well, at the conclusion of the last half inning, Rangers into the dugout, and Lucas Harrell getting some pats on the back, some congratulations. And, it wasn't a complete success this afternoon, but the job that he did after falling behind, competing through 6 innings, you have to admire.
Yep, I guarantee he earned a lot of respect for that performance. Not necessarily for the numbers, but for the battle that he put up out there.
No, Chad Bettis, the starter, finished for the afternoon. And Chris Russin, 29-year-old southpaw out of Detroit, appearing in his 15th ball game. 2-4 with a 4.15 ERA, and the league hitting .272 against him. Drops a breaking ball into Shin-Soo Choo. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Choo is lined to left, flied to center, and grounded to short. Two and 2 now. Russin claimed off waivers from the Cubs by the Rockies prior to the 2015 season. Russin made his big league debut with Chicago back in 2012. Inside, almost got you, and it's a full count. Well, Shin-Soo trying to get aboard to start off this Rangers 6th inning. Ian Desmond is next. A 6-5 Colorado lead. Rangers in a very familiar position playing these Rockies. And call strike 3 as Chu thought that was up. And very dejectedly goes back to the Ranger dugout.
Center fielder, Ian Desmond.
Borderline. See that called both ways.
Our Kubota Power Stats this afternoon talking about Chris Russin as a reliever this year. 1-0 in 7 appearances. 1-4 in 7 starts. Ian Desmond is 2 for 3 today. A pair of singles. He has driven in a run. He has scored twice. Now 69 RBI for the Rangers center fielder. One ball and 1 strike. Jeremy Jeffress, hard throwing, sinker balling right-hander out of the Ranger bullpen getting ready. Pitch all the way to the backstop. 2-1. But Desmond with the 2 hits now. The average, as you can see, up to 293. Outfield shades him slightly around to the left, as does the infield. Out of play deep down the right side. 2-2. Now we talked about Adrian Beltre's comment about club getting better but not quite there. Ian Desmond has said the same kind of thing. Mitch Moreland has said the same kind of thing. They're on the right path. Just need a little more work in various areas. It's fouled away. Starting to come together. 46 games left to be played after today. Rangers at 21 games over 500. Russin with another 2-2. Full count. Oh, Ian Desmond trying to get on base for the 3rd time this afternoon. Rougned Odor follows. Now the payoff pitch. Deep behind the bag at 3rd. Nice play by Arenado.
You know, you hear people talk about him, but until you get to see it for a few days, you don't really know. Man, when you get to see this kid play, he's unbelievable. He just picks that ball like there's nothing to it. You talk about an accurate arm. Doesn't matter what angle he's throwing from. Right on the money. Well, you get a chance to see 2 great third basemen in this series.
Sure do. If that throw reminded you a little bit of Troy Tulowitzki, you can understand why, as Tulowitzki was the one that worked with him a lot when he first came up. Arenado taking a lot of his game from Troy Tulowitzki.
I didn't know that. Wow. I learned from a good one.
Both of them have that ability to throw on the run and from kind of an odd angle, not Adrian Beltre like necessarily, but still a little sidearm. 0-1 the count to Rougned Odor. Now that evens the count. Odor, an RBI triple in the 3rd, a 2-run home run in the 4th inning. 2 for 3, hitting at 282. Ahead in the count, now 2-1. Now Russin back to the plate. That's just a little bit foul. Brugnet hit it right over his right shoulder. Up in the club level, well down the right field line. Now the 2-2 pitch. Got to run it full. Brugnet trying to extend this 6th inning. If he does, Adrian Beltre, the DH, would get a shot at Russin. Fouled straight down. We'll try it again. Now Russin with the new baseball back up on top of the hill. And we'll have to try it one more time. Russin, a graduate of University of Kentucky. Was an all-SEC pitcher and got his degree in 2009. Now another payoff pitch. Turned into a pretty good battle right here.
That's kind of what we're talking about, long at bats. This is only the 3rd batter that Russin has faced, and this will be his 22nd pitch.
His pitch count's going up, the temperature's going up. Just popped up to 103.
Well, they said it was going to get to 104. Looks like it's on its way.
That was number 9 of the at-bat.
It's going to be very difficult to walk Brugnet in this at-bat. You're going to have to throw it over his head or bounce it. It's coming off a triple and a home run. You can tell he's feeling good at the plate. All he needs is a pitch to hit.
Let's see if Russin offers him one. Got him swinging. That's something away to him, and that'll do it. Rangers out in order. We have finished 6 innings at Globe Life Park this afternoon. Rockies leading the Rangers 6-5 on Fox Sports Southwest. This afternoon's four-game summary. It didn't start off well for the Rangers. Charlie Blackmon hit the 2nd pitch of the ball game out to dead center field. Made it 1-0. And then Mark Reynolds, a big 2-run double in the 3rd inning. And the Rockies running out of the box. They had 4-0. Brugnet Odor sparked the comeback for the Rangers. in the third, an RBI triple. And then next time up, Odor left the ballpark to dead center. His 22nd home run of the year. Pulled the Rangers to within one, and that's where we are now as we head to the 7th inning. Rockies leading by one, 6-5 Colorado. Jeremy Jeffress has come out of the Ranger bullpen to take over on the hill. Jeffress with the Rangers and Milwaukee this year, 52 appearances with this afternoon. 2-2. He had 27 saves and 29 opportunities with Milwaukee. League hitting .266 against Jeffress. Hard sinker ball, hard slider. And the first pitch he throws to DJ LeMahieu is inside. Last time we saw Jeremy Jeffress was in Colorado on Tuesday. Worked an inning, had one strikeout through 19 pitches. LeMahieu 1 for 3 today. 2 balls, no strikes. LeMahieu at .327 with 7 home runs and 41 driven in. 2-1. For Jeffress, this is 5th outing in a Ranger uniform. He's been scored upon just 1 time. Two and two. Well, his fastball is so much life to it. It dances all over the place. Primarily sinking, but every once in a while he'll throw a cutter up there. Now back to the plate with a 2-2. Full count. LeMahieu leading off the 7th. He will be followed by the 3rd baseman, Nolan Arenado. Jeffress ready for the payoff pitch. Leadoff man aboard here in the 7th.
That thing started out as a strike and just moved straight to the right out of the strike zone.
Third baseman Nolan Arenado.
Well, here comes Arenado, who has had a sacrifice fly, a walk, and a single. He is 1 for 1 officially this afternoon. He has driven in 1. He has scored once. See if the Rangers can't turn a double play behind Jeffress. Both Odor and Andrews up the middle. Shading a step or two to the left. Good look at the Ranger defense. Pretty big hole on the right side. 0-2. Arenado angrily kicking at the dirt as that pitch was called a strike. A little nubber down to first. Moreland will make the tag on Arenado. Down to second goes LeMahieu. He's there with 1 out. David Dahl coming up.
Left fielder David Dahl.
Finally found a way to make sure Arenado didn't make solid contact.
Yeah, he's a little upset with himself, going back to the dugout with his head down.
Now 1 out. David Dahl, who singled his first trip to the plate, 1 for 3 now this afternoon. He's also flied out and struck out. 94 at the knees for strike one. Chirinos flashing the signs out. DJ LeMahieu out there at second. 1-1. Well, Jeremy Jeffress originally came up with the Brewers. He was property of the Brewers. Sixteenth overall draft pick by Milwaukee back in 2006. Made his major league debut in Milwaukee in 2010. Swinging strike there to Dahl. Played a couple of years in Kansas City, did Jeremy Jeffress. And over to Toronto for a couple of years and back to Milwaukee. Went back to the Brewers in 2014, where he became their closer this year. The 1-2 pitch. Got him swinging.
Great fastball.
A doggone on strikes. 2 gone. Mark Reynolds will be next. That's what you call getting overpowered right there.
First baseman.
Yeah, that's more than a lot of guys can handle. And remember, this kid's hot too. He's only 22 years old, but swinging the bat as well as anybody right now. Hitting 17 straight games to start his big league career. Was hitting almost 500 in AAA. So to get that one thrown by you shows you how hard Jeremy Jeffress is throwing, how hard he is to pick up, and the movement on his ball. Got a good combination going for him.
Well, here's Reynolds, who's had a perfect day so far. He was hit by a pitch first time up. Sits in a single and double. And he takes a little outside for ball 1. Reynolds, that big 2-run double we showed you back in the 3rd inning. Last time up, he led off the 5th with a single, but then was taken care of on a double play. Jeffress trying to work around that leadoff walk to LeMahieu. He's still anchored out there at second base.
Oh, he got hurt swinging at that pitch.
Looked like he did.
I don't know what he did, whether it was his knee or his rib cage.
Something either grabbed him or gave out on him, because he went down like he was shot.
Yeah. The swing almost looked like he got fooled by a changeup, but it wasn't a changeup, it was a fastball.
Something right there gave out.
That ball 96 miles an hour, sinking and tailing into him. His left leg, it kind of went back on the outside of his foot and twisted it.
And the trainer looking at Mark Reynolds' left hand. I guess guys said you swing at a pitch and that all the torque goes into that one hand, your bottom hand, huh?
Yeah, and he was definitely fooled by the movement of the pitch. Kind of took an awkward swing at it, but the way he went down, it was hard to tell what it was that he hurt.
He's going to take a couple of practice swings to see if that grabs him again.
Good luck trying to hit this 96-mile-an-hour sinker that's coming up.
Yeah, if you get back in the batter's box, there won't be any sympathy toward what just happened.
Now he'll probably throw it right in on his fists. They can't do it.
No.
That's just where a player's being honest. Hey, look, I'd like to stay in there, but I can't do it.
No, Reynolds, the first baseman, is going to leave, and he will leave with a count of 1 ball and 1 strikes. It's like Christian Adames, the young man we saw at shortstop up until today in this series. He's going to grab a bat. Now, Christian Adames will come off the bench to pinch hit for Mark Reynolds.
Colorado's got a short bench to begin with, and Carlos Gomez unable to start the game. Well, they can't afford two. One of the guys on the bench is Nick Hundley. He's backup catcher.
And you really couldn't afford to have Carlos Gonzalez pinch hit here because you have to have somebody come in and play defensively for him.
Exactly.
No, Adames now will come off the bench. He will inherit a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Jeremy Jeffress waiting this whole time, and Mark Reynolds, well, not going into the training room, and I would guess that that's probably a good sign. They don't feel that it needs to be x-rayed or have immediate treatment. That pitch in the dirt. It gets away from Chirinos. Go down to third. Goes LeMahieu on the wild pitch. Now Mark Reynolds headed down toward the tunnel, and he will go upstairs. It's great to have a turbo sinker like Jeffress and Sam Dyson do, but when that ball's in the dirt, good luck to the catcher on trying to keep that thing around home plate. Hard, it's moving all over the place. That pitch outside, it's now 3-1. Well, if Adames can extend this 7th inning, Gerardo Parra is in the on-deck circle. Jeffress ready, a check of third. It's out of play down the left side. Well, the count has gone full. Jeremy Jeffress peering into Robinson Chirinos for the sign. The 3-2 into the hole. Elvis, a jump throw. Can he get there? No, not in time.
We got him yesterday. Didn't get him today, though. That was even a longer throw.
In to score LeMahieu. And a big run as the Rockies take a 2-run advantage. It is 7-5 Colorado.
Wild pitch comes into play right there. Nice play by Elvis. Made this play yesterday, but he didn't have to go quite as far. Yesterday Jurickson picked it. Today Mitch picked it, but this time Adames beat it out.
And Jeff Bannister holding up the proceedings here just momentarily. He wants to have the umpires take a look at that play on a replay challenge. So Paul Elmo, the first base umpire who made the call, and the crew chief, Greg Gibson, will get the headsets on. We'll get in touch with Replay Command Center back in New York. Get all the various angles and come up with a decision. Remember, the call on the field is safe, so there has to be clear and convincing evidence to overturn the call. Our Rangers Challenge brought to you by Ford this afternoon.
May have worked in the Rockies' favor, having Reynolds come out of the game. Well, that's a close one.
That is.
I think whichever way it was called would probably stay the same.
Yep, I believe you're right. And it is. That didn't take long, and call on the field is what we will go with. So, infield RBI single for Christian Adames. And it makes it a 2-run lead for the Rockies, 7-5 now. The call is confirmed, we understand, from Replay Command Center. So a leadoff walk and a wild pitch come back to play a big role in the Rockies taking a 2-run lead. Gerardo Parra 0 for 3 this afternoon. He has grounded out, lined out, and struck out. One ball and no strikes. Parra now 0 for his last 9 trips to the plate. Got Adames at first. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. Lazy fly ball out to Mazara, and that'll do it. But Rockies get a run on a hit, and 1 man left. We'll take the stretch here in Globe Life Park in Arlington. Adrian Beltre coming up to start things. The Rangers trail by a couple. Time to take a look at our greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. The Cubbies, first team to 30 games over 500 this year. They're now 71-41. Season high 9-game win streak. How about Toronto's Jay Happ, first pitcher in Major League Baseball to 16 wins this year. Adrian Beltre, go down the right field line, into the corner. Goodbye. Beltre right into the wedgie in right field. It's a 7-6 Colorado lead.
Well, other than the first inning, every time Colorado scored, the Rangers have come back with the same score, which keeps them 1 run behind every time they do it.
Adrian Beltre with his 18th home run of the year.
3 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 7th for both teams. Rangers need to figure out a way to get 1 more run to tie this game.
Speaking of ties, Adrian Beltre now with that home run has tied Cal Ripken Jr. for 47th on the all-time list. 431 career bombs.
That was a tough run to give up last inning. A walk. Advanced on a little dribbler.
And Mitch Moreland drives one to center. Blackman is going back. He is at the wall. Goodbye. Tie ball game.
They got the extra run that time. Boy, the fans that are hanging in for this game are seeing a heck of a ball game. In fact, you go back to the last couple of games in Houston, the last 6 games have all been just like this. Right down to the wire every time. Rangers coming back, battling, hanging in there. Been some exciting baseball the last week.
Well, Weiss says, I've seen this before, and I didn't like it the first several times. 5th time this season for the Rangers to go back-to-back. Beltre into the wedgie. Moreland into the photographer bay out there. at how close Adrian Beltre's home run was. Right off the top of the wall in the wedgie. So, back-to-back smashes by Beltre and Moreland. That's going to drive Chris Russin for the game. It is 7-7. And Walt Weiss out to summon a new pitcher. Pitching change underway here at Globe Life Park. Rangers 7, Rockies 7. We're back after this. Talked about it in our opening remarks prior to this ball game. 7th inning or later, Rangers 5th in the American League with a .254 batting average. They lead the American League with 179 runs, second with 51 home runs. 15 of the 23 runs against Colorado, 7th inning or later. And Jurickson Profar greets Scott Oberg with a solid single the other way. Profar, the second hit of the afternoon. Go ahead run aboard. Still nobody out in this 7th inning. Now, Scott Oberg, and he probably has a bad taste in his mouth about the last time he faced the Rangers, which was on Monday night. This is his 19th appearance. That ERA jumped up a full run as the Rangers got to him for 4 runs. 272 opponent's average now. And Mazzara takes strike 1. Nomar today is tripled and walked. 1 for 2. Rangers 7 runs on a dozen hits today. Rockies 7 runs on 10 hits. 1-1. Well, the reason the Rangers didn't catch up before this was it wasn't the 7th inning yet.
There you go.
They just had to wait. You don't want to use all of your ammunition before you absolutely have to. Profar, pretty good lead at first base. Down and away, 2-1. It's Oberg, a 26-year-old out of Massachusetts, went to University of Connecticut. He was the Rockies' 15th round pick in 2012. 2-1. Now 3-1. Well, Mazzara the advantage in the count. Nomar hitting 7th, be followed by the shortstop Elvis Andrus. Three balls, 1 strike the count.
Yeah, good hitters count, but you got to get your pitch. Nobody out. definitely take a walk right here. Make him throw you a good pitch. Okay. Nice pitcher's pitch right in the outside corner. That's not your pitch. Got to swing at it this time, but at least you have a chance to get a better one to hit.
No, 3-2 and nobody out. We'll see if Profar will be running on the pitch or not. Tie ball game. Nobody out here in the 7th inning. Oberg now time called as Mazara steps out. I think I said that matchup for Oberg was on Monday. It was on Tuesday. Tuesday afternoon game gave up 4 runs in just 2/3 of an inning. Mazara waiting. Profar the lead from first. He's on the move. Pitch is fouled away. We'll reset and try it again. Well, Jeff Bannister feeling that Nomar Mazara was probably going to make contact and gave Profar the green light. Little run and hit action. See if the skipper changes the plan or sticks with it. Profar back to first. Oberg leaning in for the sign, has the one he wants. There goes Profar, and the pitch is fouled back. So Jurickson on a 103-degree afternoon getting his wind sprints in.
Yeah, he said one more time, that's it for me. Don't put it in play here. I'm not going the next time.
Wonder how long that stayed frozen. Probably soup by
Put
now.
it this way, it came frozen, but they're drinking it now.
Profar leaning towards second. He's on the move. The pitch is fouled back.
Well, he's had 3 straight 94-mile-an-hour fastballs and fouled 3 straight back, so he's getting a good swings at him. You've seen the fastball. If you're Oberg, you probably feel like you have to keep throwing the fastball. You don't want to walk him. If you're Profar, getting a little bit tired right about now.
Going to get some oxygen here shortly. Jurickson taking a little extra time getting back to first. I don't blame him.
Yeah, the other side is kid's 23, 24 years old. He can run all day if he has to. Doesn't matter.
Or at least from first to home.
Yeah.
3 balls and 2 strikes. And this time Profar driven back by a toss. Crowd of almost 21,000 on hand here this afternoon, and they have been treated to a typical Rangers-Rockies game. On the move again, and another foul ball.
Same thing. I might have to go half speed on this one.
Yeah.
You're going to keep doing that. I'm not going to waste it.
Or
I'm not going
just
to waste anything this time.
Look into the dugout and say, no, can I take a pitch off, please?
Problem is, if you go half speed on this one and he lines it into the gap, you might get thrown out at the plate. So, got to go as hard as you can every time.
Profar carrying that go-ahead run here in the 7th. He's ready to go, and so is Nomar Mazara. Profar on the move. The pitch is low, ball 4, and the Rangers have 2 aboard with nobody out for Elvis Andrus.
Well, he did throw him something other than a fastball, and Mazara didn't take the bait. He took it.
That's a pretty good at-bat to be able to do that.
Yeah, for a young hitter to have 3 straight swings at hard, fast forward, 94-mile-an-hour fastballs, then to lay off. Let's see what it is. I think it's a slider. Let's take a look. Got some pretty good balance out there on the mound.
That's Nomar's hot zone. Anything up and middle of the plate in.
You throw him a slide, threw him a slider down and out of the strike zone. He didn't even think about swinging at it.
He didn't flinch. You got to flinch or something on that.
Yep.
Good job. No, 2 on, nobody out. Here's Elvis. Gonna bunt and bunts it foul.
Don't bunt it to the first baseman. Bunt it right down the third baseline. They're not going to put the wheel play on. Descalso's a shortstop playing first base. If you bunt it to him, he'll come in and field it and throw it to third base. So don't give him a chance to do that.
Rockies line up. They're already cheating around with the shortstop Adames right behind Profar at second. Second baseman LeMahieu cheating over toward the bag at first. And the bunt is fouled down the third baseline. 0-2. Well, was not able to get that sacrifice in play.
All right, take two and hit to right.
Now Tuesday against Big McGee, will line that to center with a big go-ahead RBI base hit. Runners in scoring position. See Elvis third in the American League at 378 mark. He's got the go-ahead run at second. Jurickson Profar out there. Pulled on the ground. Fair ball down the left field line. Profar will score. On to third, Mazzara into second with the RBI double. Elvis Andrus, 8-7 Rangers.
I had it wrong, Buzz. It's take two and hit to left.
Well, left, right, they all look
good job by Elvis. Continues to come through when it counts. Tremendous average with men in scoring position, hitting .325 in his last 48 games. Another big hit for the Rangers, another big hit for Elvis, and not that great a pitch to hit either.
Well, that ball sneaking in between the bag and Arenado, and it has to be very close to the bag to get it by him. Oh, second and third now, still nobody out. Robinson Chirinos, big swing and a miss, 0-1.
He's looking in the dugout, smiling, going around first. Feeling pretty good now that he didn't get that bunt down. Came through with a double and an RBI, even better than a bunt.
The Rockies infield all the way in with nobody out. Chirinos has doubled in 3 trips this afternoon. Got Mazzara at third, Andrus at second. Rangers lead at 8-7. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Rangers a 3 spot on the board here in the 7th. They have dished out a 4-run inning, a couple of 3-run innings, and looking for more against these Rockies here today, and those have all been from the 7th inning on. Inside corner, 1-2.
All right, just think back to what Elvis did with 2 strikes. Make some contact. Got the infield in, a little blooper get over their heads. Ground ball might go through. Good speed on second base for a couple of RBIs if you can dink one in there.
Oberg back to the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. First 3 games against the Rangers, the Rockies bullpen had an ERA just shy of 10. 0-3, 12 hits, 10 runs in 7 1/3 innings.
Wow, until today their starting pitching have been great against the Rangers.
Yep. Pulled the lead late in 5 straight ball games have the Rockies relievers. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Chirinos.
Last 20 games coming into the game, the Rockies starters were 11-2 with an ERA under 3.
Oberg back to the plate. Got him swinging. Went up with a fastball. Chirinos couldn't get on top of it. That is out number 1. And it will bring up Shin-Soo Choo. And let's send it over to Aaron Hardigan for a Chevy game break. All right, Aaron, thank you. Well, Walt Weiss, not much choice here with first base open. Shin-Soo Choo at the plate. He's going to walk him intentionally to load the bases, but the man following is Ian Desmond.
Yeah, again,
has 2 hits today.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, Buzz, just like when he walked Beltran to get to Beltray the other day. You know, he knows it's a tough situation, but if you have to play the infield in with men on second and third against Choo, you give him a lot of opportunities to do something bad against you. This way, at least you have the bases loaded. You can get a force out at any base and maybe a double play. So it's kind of playing the percentages. And you're in kind of a tough situation no matter which way you choose to go.
Well, we've talked about Ian Desmond. Drew Stubbs is going to come in and pinch run down at third base for Nomar Mazara. Stubbs, second straight game since coming off the disabled list, used as a pinch runner and in defensive replacement. He will be handling that duty down in third. Ian Desmond, pretty tough to double up unless he hits the ball right at an infielder. He has good speed, so the Rockies going to play the infield in front of the base paths. They are not going to just stay back and try up the middle anyway and try for the double play. They will play it in. They're already trailing by 1. And the first pitch to Ian is off the plate for ball 1. And as we mentioned also with Ian Desmond, Pregame at home this year, he has been outstanding. .352. That's the best home batting average in the American League, and 10 home runs with 39 RBI. And he's got 3 Rangers out on the base paths here. 1-0 pitch to him. Odor kind of tied him up. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Good movement on that fastball.
Desmond today has singled twice, he has scored twice, and he has driven in 1. Got Stubbs at third, Andrus at second, and Choo at first. Two and 1. Ian, as he likes to do, stepping out, mulling in his mind exactly what his game plan is. Back in there with a very focused approach. Odor wants to recycle the signs, and Tony Walters not able to get together. Now the right-hander agrees. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Tough pitch. Borderline ball, borderline strike.
Now the infield with the Rockies will go back up the middle. They're back at a more normal double play depth. 1 out, bases full. The 2-2 pitch to Desmond. I think that's best described as a lack of conviction for the pitch. Oberg said, "No, on second thought, that's not a good idea. Let's try something else." Now the right-hander's ready.
28th pitch coming up for Oberg.
Slowly hit up the middle. Can they turn it? Desmond beats out the back end. In to score is Stubbs. Desmond, the RBI fielder's choice. It is 9-7 Rangers.
You really can't play the infield in. You have to go for the double play, but one of the risks when you don't want to give up a run is with a fast runner at the plate, he doesn't hit the ball hard, and you can't turn 2. It turns out the same thing as a 375-foot sacrifice fly.
Yeah.
There's where speed comes into play.
There was no woe is me on that ground ball. He was not feeling bad about it at all. He took off. Desmond knew he had to beat out the return throw, and he did just that. So a 9-7 Ranger lead. Desmond now with 70 RBI. And here's the 9th hitter to come to the plate in the Rangers' 7th inning, Odor.
The Rangers have batted around twice. They batted around in the 3rd inning as well.
Ball 1 outside. Odor has tripled and homered today. He has driven in 3. Now has 60 RBI for the season.
And Oberg's going to throw 30 pitches after coming in here in the 7th inning.
Got Andrus at 3rd, Desmond at 1st. And Odor shoots it out of play to the left. Odor in the 4th inning. And Chad Bettis just hit a rocket to center field and got out of here in a hurry. Don't forget, Rugden has had a couple of 2-home-run games this year. Jake Diekman keeping an eye on things from his perch in the bullpen. 2 balls and a strike. Odor with the average at 282. Infield for the Rockies. You see the shortstop, Adames, still on the shortstop side of second, but way deep near the outfield grass. That's in the dirt. Throw back to first.
Whoa.
Desmond just did get back in time. Walters almost caught Ian too far off the bag. A 3-1 the count to Odor. Elvis down there at 3rd. Rugden trying to bring him home. Got him off the fist, and LeMahieu throws out his counterpart. That'll do it for the Rangers, but 4 runs in for the Rangers. A 4-run 7th inning. It all started with Adrian Beltre's 18th home run of the year. Rangers now lead as we go to the 8th, 9-7.
Time for the progressive game of the game, the fan of the game. We got to give it to Adam. It's his birthday today. He starts school next week, and he's bringing some of his best buddies to the game. Congratulations, Adam. Here's the bag. I love the sign, too. You are the fan of the game today. Happy birthday. Congratulations, progressive fan of the game. Anything you'd like to say, Adam?
Go Rangers!
Way to go, Adam. Buzz.
All right, Nazi. Well, they're fired up. So are the Rangers. All the fans, 20,720 on hand. witnessing another huge outburst by the Rangers late in the ball game. Jake Diekman coming out of the Ranger pen, and he will face the bottom third of the Rockies order. Descalso, Rayburn, and Walters. Diekman appearing in his 49th ball game. He's 3-1. League hitting a meager 158 against him. Drew Stubbs stays in the ball game, taking over in left field. Stubbs, who came on as a pinch runner for Mazzara and scored a run. Now in there defensively. On the right side, and Odor throws out Descalso, one gone. Folks, $10 Tuesdays are one of the best ways to save at the ballpark. You can find tickets, parking, and meal deals for just $10 for almost all Tuesday home games. Visit TexasRangers.com/specials to secure your $10 Tuesday tickets for August 17th when the Rangers take on the Oakland A's. A one away. Here is Rayburn. Ryan Rayburn just had no luck this afternoon at all. He struck out all 3 times he's come to the plate. Twice against Lucas Harrell and once against Jeremy Jeffress. Excuse me, all 3 times were against Harrell. 1 ball and 1 strike. Last time we saw Jake, yesterday evening, he came in and ended up getting a blown save and also the win in that game. Ended up going 2/3 of an inning, gave up the 1 run, had 1 strikeout. 1 hit the triple to David Dahl. 1-2 pitch. Rayburn lays off. Rayburn, a .227 hitter. Diekman okays the sign. Back to the plate he comes. Full count. Now Rayburn hitting 8th in the order. Tony Walters, the catcher, will be next. Payoff pitch coming from the Ranger left-hander. Lost him. 1 out walk. Walters coming up with Rayburn at first.
Yeah, Rayburn's a much better hitter than he's shown today, but at the same time, when you get ahead of him with 2 strikes and you struck out 3 times, that's the last thing that Jake was wanting to do right there.
Well, now Diekman will face the left-handed hitting Tony Walters. Walters 1 for 3 with a double. Walters a .235 average. And Diekman misses high for ball 1.
Well, that was strike 3 to Chew at one point in time today, so I guess it can go either way.
Diekman a check of first. 1 ball and 1 strike. Looked like Walters might have swung at ball 2.
Yeah, I think he definitely did in this situation. After a walk, 4 straight balls. Walters doing you a favor right there by swinging at it. Matt Bush is in probably when LeMahieu comes up. Walters a left-hand hitter. Blackman's a left-hand hitter. Then comes LeMahieu and Arenado.
And that pitch inside to Walters. 2-1 now. And Chirinos going to go out and have a little chat with Jake Diekman. Elvis Andrus will join in the conversation. You break it down when Diekman has come into the game pitching with the lead. He has given up a batting average of 125. The 2-1 pitch. 2-2. Jake this year has reverse splits, and left-handed hitters are hitting for a higher average than right-handed hitters. Not by much, but you would think from his angle of attack that wouldn't be the case. That ball all the way to the backstop and down to second goes Ryan Rayburn. A wild pitch not only advances the runner 90 feet, but it moves the count to 3-2. A little uneasy moving around on the Ranger bench.
That pitch was 5 feet outside. Ball just got away from Jake. Don't see that very often from him.
Well, the number 9 hitter, Tony Walters, with a full count. Saw Charlie Blackmon. The man in the on-deck circle will be next. Payoff pitch. Up the middle into center field, a base hit. Rayburn around third will score without a throw. The RBI single by Walters makes that a 1-run game now. It's a 9-8 Ranger lead.
Center fielder Charlie Blackmon.
Well, the last 2 runs, a wild pitch has come into play. Back in the 7th inning, a wild pitch came into play. And here in the 8th inning as well.
Now Doug Brocail out to slow things down a little bit. See if he can get Jake Diekman back on target. Got a tough man to face now in Charlie Blackmon. Got the tying run at first. Blackmon this afternoon has doubled and homered. 2 for 4, 2 runs scored, 2 RBI.
And the run in the 7th and so far the run in the 8th were both walks that came around to score.
Ball 1. Yeah, the one thing you can't defend is the walk. It's impossible, and it does more damage than just put a guy on base. Defensively, Tom, you could speak to that. It kind of lets people get a little bit discouraged standing out there watching ball 4 go by.
Yeah, it does. You know, it's a team game and everybody's pulling, but you know, it goes through your mind, boy, we're scoring a lot of runs. If they hit, that's fine. You know, today Lucas gave up 6 runs, but he only walked 1. They got their hits, and that, you know, that's the way it goes, but you just don't want to help them out with walks.
There's a base hit to right field. Walters at second. He's going to go to third. Ball comes into second, and Blackmon with his 3rd hit of the afternoon. The Rockies have runners at the corners, still just 1 out. DJ LeMahieu coming up, and he will not face Jake Diekman, as Jeff Bannister making a purposeful walk out to the mound. So Diekman gives up a walk and 2 singles. He leaves with the tying and go-ahead runs on board with 1 out here in the 8th inning. And Matt Bush, who got his first major league save yesterday, will come into the ball game. So a pitching change underway. More action going on here in the 8th inning. We're back to Globe Life Park right after this. MLB.com at-bat app. You stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and a lot more. Download MLB.com at-bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball on your phone or tablet. Well, Matt Bush in a tough situation here. Runners at the corners. Rangers leading by a run. And he is facing DJ LeMahieu with 1 out. Matt Bush got his first major league save last night. This is his 38th appearance overall. League hitting just .221 against him. That .256 ERA for Matt. The 30-year-old rookie. The butt is on. Bush will have 1 play. That's the first for the out. Staying at third was Walters.
Well, something strange happened there. That can't be what the plan was. You got a .330 hitter at the plate that doesn't strike out. That's like looking up at the scoreboard and say, just put another out on the board for us.
It looked like Walters down there was trying to read the bunt, and as soon as he saw the high chopper, he stopped. Would that have been a safety squeeze?
I guess it could have been, but it looked like he was almost squaring around like a sacrifice bunt, like someone might have missed the squeeze play on that. I don't know.
Very interesting.
You got one of your best hitters up there. It's a strange plan.
Yep.
Unless, maybe LeMahieu just tried it on his own, but you've got the catcher at third base. That's not the guy you'd want to try a surprise safety squeeze with. So I guess we'll just kind of leave it at thanks for the out. And now what do you do right here? Trying to get Arenado.
Exactly. You got Arenado. You also have a left-handed hitter in David Dahl. Granted, he's not as experienced as Arenado, but Walt Weiss's club in a pretty good spot here. Second and third. Now Chirinos is down behind the plate, so Arenado is going to get pitched to at least ostensibly early in this count. Arenado 1 for 2 this afternoon. And that first fastball is down and away for ball 1. Problem with trying to pitch around Arenado, if you get the ball close enough to where he might swing at it, he's perfectly capable of hitting the ball on the hole to the first base side. They're staying out there pretty consistently. 2 balls, no strikes. The Odor playing just about straight away at second, so he's honoring the fact that they're trying to pitch away. He's cutting down that hole a little bit. 3-0. Arenado showing no inclination after the first pitch to go after anything.
I'll just walk him on purpose and save the effort of throwing a fastball.
3-0 pitch. An unintentional, intentional walker. Intentional, unintentional, whichever way you want to look at it. But it does load the bases, brings up Dahl.
Well, Dahl had a big hit last night. Similar situation. Grounded a ball right down the first baseline against Jake Diekman for a 2-run triple.
Sure did. Here he's got the bases full. Rangers leading by a run, but that is in a precarious spot right now. Dahl today is 1 for 4. He has struck out the last 2 times that he's come up. Bush with the first pitch to him. Instead, he steps off the back of the rubber. Take it back to that 8th inning last night.
Well, he threw him the fastball in, and he was able to turn on it.
Well, that was last night. Now here this afternoon, he's facing Matt Bush.
Yep, the kid got a hit the first time up to keep his hitting streak alive, and here he is in a similar situation late in the game.
First pitch is ball 1. Dahl, along with the first inning single, has flied to center. The last 2 times up, he has struck out swinging. Got Walters at third, Charlie Blackmon at second, and Arenado is at first. 1 ball and 1 strike. And David Dahl You could probably color the whole strike zone red if you wanted to. It had been that hot, but anywhere in the middle of the plate, from the bottom to the top of the zone, and then away middle and down and in. That down and in pitch is what he hit last night off Jake Diekman. 1-1. Breaking ball dives into the upper part of the strike zone.
I've seen 96 twice and wasn't quite prepared for that pitch last night. Matt Bush had his curveball working well. Got the save last night and threw 4 or 5 really good curveballs.
The 1-2 pitch. That will even the count. Now this is the pitch with the bases full you don't want to miss with. You want to make him swing the bat here. Prevent it from going to 3-2. Bush ready. The 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball stayed high, and it's a full count. So now the runners will be moving with the next Bush offering. Walters from third, Blackman from second, Arenado from first. On the move, payoff pitch, outside, ball 4, and that walks in the tying run. Walters scores. David Dahl with the RBI on a bases loaded walk. And we are deadlocked at 9. Well, there have been 3 walks in this 8th inning.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. For Colorado, number 5, Carlos Gonzalez.
Now we're going to see Carlos Gonzalez come off the bench as a pinch hitter. Probably can't play defensively, but he can swing the bat. Carlos Gonzalez brings in a 17-game hitting streak. 321 overall, 23 home runs, 76 RBI. Ball 1.
Boy, it looked like you're going to have a chance to get out of the inning when LeMahieu bunted. Kind of gave up and out right there. But it hasn't turned out that way.
Bush back to the plate. Base hit left center field. That is going to clean off the base. 1 run's home, 2 runs home. Dahl right behind. A 3-run double by Carlos Gonzalez. It is 12-9 Colorado.
The walk that hurt is you get Descalso right off the bat, an easy ground ball to second, and then you've got Rayburn up there, a 1-2 count. He struck out 3 times, and that was the walk that hurt.
Carlos Gonzalez, an 18-game hitting streak and 3 big RBI. He unties this ball game and clears off the bases.
Well, it looks like Carlos Beltran coming up in that kind of a situation and lining the ball the other way just like he's done for the Rangers. But I guess you can say fortunately the Rangers haven't had to face Carlos Gonzalez in the first 3 games. And with a little luck they wouldn't have faced him today either.
Gerardo Parra, a big swing and a miss, 1-1. Parra 0 for 4 today. Strikeout, ground out, line out, fly out. 258 average. Two and 1. The Rockies now 12 runs on 13 hits this afternoon and 3 walks in this 5-run 8th inning. Pop foul back into the seats. Now, Rangers comeback machine now will have to go back to work. They put 4 up in the 7th inning. We'll now have at least a 3-run deficit to overcome in the final 2 at-bats. Still 2-2. Parra back in. Chirinos with the signs and Bush ready. Now time called. Another 2-2. Full count. Matt now up to 19 pitches in this frame. I imagine he's probably getting pretty close after his work last night of getting to his pitch limit this afternoon.
Yeah, I don't think he'll face another hitter.
Alex Caudio up and throwing in the Ranger bullpen. Got him swinging. No, final out in the books, but Rockies come up with 5 runs here in the 8th inning. They leave 1. We're going to the bottom of the 8th. It's now Colorado 12 and Texas 9.
Eighth is over, the bottom of the 8th on tap here at Globe Life Park in Arlington. Rangers trailing the Rockies 12-9. This is the finale of a 2-game series here in Arlington. Next up, the Detroit Tigers come to town for a 3-game set. Things get going tomorrow in the opener, 7 o'clock first pitch here on Fox Sports Southwest. There you see a couple of the game's all-time great home run hitters. A couple of top 50 in Major League history will be on display over the course of the next 3 days. The opener again tomorrow here on Fox Sports Southwest beginning at 7 o'clock, pregame at 6:30. A big thanks to the fine folks at AT&T High-Speed Internet for getting us ready for the opener of 3 between the Tigers and the Rangers, guys.
All right, Dan, thanks very much. Well, Rangers have some work to do again. They trail now by 3 after the Rockies put up 5. And Jake McGee, veteran left-hander, has come out of the Colorado bullpen to take over. McGee, his 42nd game, at that ERA at 5.13. Adrian Beltre starting things off has a count of 2 balls and no strikes. Beltre homered to get the Rangers to within 1 run in the 7th inning. That was followed by Moreland's game-tying home run. 2-1. Dick Hundley has come into the game to take over behind the plate. And Tony Walters has moved from behind the plate out to shortstop. He is just soaked, and he's playing short. Beltre, a little flare into center field. Going out is the shortstop Walters. He can't make the play. And Beltre is aboard to start the Ranger 8th inning. So wouldn't you know it, Walters goes from behind the plate to shortstop, and the first ball finds it.
Well, he must be a pretty good defensive player to go from catcher to shortstop instead of going to first base and having Descalso go to shortstop, who started the game there. And he went back on it and got there. Looked good going after it. Ball just went off his glove.
No, for the Rangers, their 14th hit of the afternoon. Beltre is second. He is at first. Mitch Moreland is 3 for 4 today. A couple of singles and that solo home run in the 7th inning. A little bit high for ball 1. Adrian Beltre now with that base hit has moved ahead of Zach Wheat in the all-time hits leaders. He's now 39th is Adrian. Two and 0 to Mitch. Adrian Beltre climbing the ladder and sneaking ever closer to 3,000. McGee a check of first. And Moreland fouls back that high fastball. Two and 1. Mitch's home run is 19th of the year. He has now driven in 48. Set a career best last year, had 23 home runs. Average at 255. Check swing, it's a strike. 2-2. Jake McGee, the 4th pitcher used this afternoon by Walt Weiss. Hit him.
Oh, jeez.
Fastball up and in, a glancing blow off of Mitch's helmet.
He didn't even flinch. Said, get out of my way. I'm all right.
Wow. Oh, he is very fortunate to still be standing. That's one of those scary moments in baseball. You say, gee, many Christmas.
Well, the Rangers used an error and a hit by pitch to create a rally last night. They got a blooper. They got hit his shoulder first, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Came up underneath the helmet and knocked it off, fortunately. Well, the Rangers get a blooper, a hit batter, nobody out. See if they can come back one more time.
Mitch kind of casual about it. He knew that it didn't hit him solid, but boy, fortunately, everybody's okay. And Rangers with 2 aboard for Jurickson and Profar. Carlos Estevez is loosening in the Rockies bullpen. Profar 2 for 3 today. Pair of singles. Takes ball 1. Jurickson walked in the 2nd, singled in the 3rd, singled and scored in the 7th inning. And just the way things have been going, He is the tying run at home plate. Check swing. He went around. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the Rangers, second most hit by pitch this year. Seattle has 7 more, but Rangers got to be checking their uniforms, make sure there aren't targets painted on some of them. 1-1 to Profar. 1-2. Jurickson's average now at 286. And Beltre at second, Moreland at first. Nobody out, of the Ranger 8th. Profar able to stay alive, fouling off that fastball. Rockies 12 runs on 13 hits this afternoon. The Rangers 9 runs on 14 hits. And Jonathan Lucroy in that on-deck circle. Profar trying to clean off his sunglasses, get a little better view of Jake McGee. And that's always a good idea, a guy throwing 95 out there. You'd like to see the baseball coming out of his hand. 1-2. I understand the next pitch will be number 351 in this ball game, for those of you who are interested in such things. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. Paul Emmel down there indicating there was no swing. So the count is even at 2-2.
It's like he stopped just in time.
Or somewhere in there. Walt Weiss, I don't think Walt Weiss would agree with you on that. That's all right.
That's okay. I still like him.
And that fastball upstairs, 3-2. Well, Profar trying to get aboard. That would bring the go-ahead run to the plate. Jonathan Lucroy has that bat. He is in the on-deck circle. Getting ready to pinch hit for Drew Stubbs. McGee twirling that ball behind his back. The left-hander is ready. Payoff pitch on the way. Call strike 3. Profar caught looking for the first out. And now Lucroy will come up.
Yeah, tough pitch. Good pitch from the pitcher. Tough pitch for the hitter, but it's a strike. Well located fastball.
You can hear Chuck Morgan announce Jonathan Lucroy as the pinch hitter. Lucroy a .295 average for the year, 17 home runs, 56 RBI. Those are the combination statistics between Milwaukee and the Rangers as he takes strike 1 from Jake McGee. Lucroy in a Ranger uniform, 4 home runs, 6 RBI, hitting at .250. And his 4th home run last night. Beltre stepping off his lead at second base. Mitch Moreland trailing him at first. Nothing in 2. The last night. Jonathan Lucroy in his home debut against Jorge De La Rosa in a dead center field. Four home runs in his last 8 games with the Rangers. Down on the count here, though. No balls, 2 strikes. Now 1-2. McGee okays the sign. He will check the runners. High and tight. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mitch Moreland, fortunately okay after being hit by that McGee fastball. Adrian Beltre, 1 base ahead of him at second. 2-2 to Lucroy. Full count. Well, McGee not exactly pinpoint today. Weiss pacing around a little bit. He's seen this happen before. 3-2 with 1 out. 2 aboard. Lucroy batting in the 7th spot, pinch hitting for Stubbs. Elvis Andrus. Another big opportunity next. We'll find out. Pop up. Going over is Descalso. He runs out of room as that ball lands back in the 3rd row. Jonathan Lucroy giving himself a little hitting lesson.
23rd pitch coming up for McGee. It's been pretty common for pitchers to throw 20 pitches in an inning today. That's why there's been going to be over 400 pitches thrown today.
Yep. Sure will be. Still 3-2. And another foul ball. I think all 20,720 fans have had opportunities at Souvenirs today with foul balls.
Yeah, in front of us, there's people running for 20 yards to get a ball up here today.
A couple places it looked like they dumped a small bucket of balls out.
Well, you know, we're talking about all the pitches in the game, and one guy we ought to acknowledge is Carlos Torres, the home plate umpire. He's had to call every one of them, and he's going to end up being out there for 4 hours.
Yep.
And it is up to 104 now. Got up to 105. It's actually dropped down to 104.
High drive, dead center field. Blackman going back, has room, and makes the catch. Looked a little better coming off the bat than it turned out. Lucroy gave everybody a bit of pause to watch that one fly. That's a long out, number 2.
He hit it to the same part of the ballpark that he did hit a home run the other night. The pitch was right at the top of the strike zone. Don't know that Jonathan got all of that one. Gave it a good ride, but didn't have quite enough behind it.
Now 2 gone. Here is Elvis. Andrus had the RBI double his last time up. 1 for 3 today. That one got him on the front foot. 0-1. Well, Elvis now up to 50 RBI this year. 17 shy of his career best. He's still got a month and 3/4 left. A month and 2/3. Now McGee ready. The 0-1 pitch. That gets by. Well, Beltre to third, Moreland to second.
Well, pick up a couple right here and make it a close game. They're going into the ninth.
I would imagine that would be a wild pitch. I think Hundley would tell you he probably should have had that, but it is going to be ruled a wild pitch. So second and third, 1 ball and 1 strike now to Elvis. Out of play to the right. Well, last inning, that double we were talking about, Elvis. They're right down the third base line. Here he represents the tying run in this 8th inning. Behind in the count, 1-2. In the air to right field. Parra drifting back. Well, McGee able to work around a leadoff single and a hit batter. Strands too. We are going to the 9th at Globe Life Park, where the Rockies lead the Rangers 12-9. On Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By AT&T high-speed internet. Get a deal worth talking about. Get high-speed internet from AT&T. And by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today during the Ford Freedom Sales Event and see why Ford is the best in Texas. Now we go to the top of the 9th inning. A 12-9 Colorado lead. 27 base hits this afternoon, and Alex Claudio has come out of the Ranger pen to take over. Claudio will face the bottom third of the Colorado order. Alex, you saw his 23rd appearance of the year, and he misses outside to Daniel Descalso. Descalso 1 for 4 this afternoon. Chopper wide of the bag at first. Diner to Shields, taking over in left field for the Rangers. Pitch just veering off the outside corner. 2 balls and a strike. Descalso's single drove in a run back in the 3rd inning. Other than that, he has grounded out twice and struck out. Elvis behind the bag at short, throws him out, one gone. Ottavino, who is now the closer, Adam Ottavino, loosening in the Colorado bullpen. First things first, Alex Claudio trying to dispose of the Rockies here in the top of the 9th inning. Ryan Rayburn walked his last time up. It was an important walk. He got the Rockies started on their comeback, the 5-run 8th inning. Pulled wide of third, and Profar across the diamond for out number 2. Next will be Tony Walters.
The shortstop, Tony Walters.
I have to like the job that Alex Claudio's been doing lately. Pitched a couple of nice innings a couple of days ago. A chance to have one of the quicker innings of the night, of the day, if you get Tony Walters here.
This goes much longer, it will be the night.
That's right.
Walters 2 for 4. And he lofts a fly ball to shallow right field. Drew can't get there before it drops for the base hit. Tony Walters with his 3rd hit of the afternoon. And that'll turn the lineup over again and bring up Charlie Blackmon.
Center fielder Charlie Blackmon.
I think Chu got a great jump on that ball. That ball hung up for quite a while.
Well, 14 hits now for each club. Rockies have put up a dozen runs with their 14 hits. The Rangers 9. Charlie Blackmon has 3 of the 14. He is a triple shy of the cycle. Homered in the 1st, doubled in the 4th, singled in the 8th. Batting at .316, now 54 RBI. 1 ball, 1 strike. Claudio back to the plate. 1-2. And Charlie Blackmon back in there. Yeah, Walters at first. A ball and 2 strikes. Well, you mentioned at the outset, this Colorado club, they will make you throw strikes, and it has been the case today. Blackmon leading the charge, too, by fouling off pitches that are out of the strike zone. But they don't expand things too much without them being in control of it. Up the middle, Elvis has to go off the side of his glove, and it's going to be a base hit. Well, 1st and 2nd, still 2 outs. DJ LeMahieu coming up.
Second baseman DJ LeMahieu.
Well, Blackmon, he could put the bat on the ball, boy. A couple of singles, a double, and a home run today.
Fourth hit of the afternoon for Blackmon. 15th hit for Colorado. 2 on for LeMahieu, who is 1 for 3. And first ball swinging, pops it up. Odor angling toward the foul line, and that will do it. No damage in the top of the 9th inning. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. We're going to the bottom of the 9th inning. Robinson Chirino set to lead off. Rangers trail by 3.
Well, Rangers lead Major League Baseball in come from behind wins, specifically in comeback wins when trailing after 7 with a league lead 10. Can they add to that today? That is the question. We shall find out. Regardless, we're going to have a post-game show coming your way immediately following action. It's Rangers Live coming up after the game. Mac and Pudge will join me to break this one down. We'll have reaction from the clubhouse, including that of the skipper, Jeff Bannister. We'll also take a look at the AL West. Houston, after a rainout last night, was back at it today. We'll update you on the standings and get you set for the series with Detroit coming up. It's after the game on Rangers Live as we kick it back across the way to Buzz and Tom.
All right, and thank you. Well, Adam Ottavino, who is the closer now, we're trying to protect a 3-run lead for the Rockies. Ottavino, 17th ball game of the year. He has not been scored upon. He has a scoreless streak that dates back to September of 2014. He's the longest scoreless streak in the major leagues. Dealing to Robinson Chirino, starting off the Ranger 9th inning. Chirino's 1 for 4 with a double and a run scored today. That is wide. Ottavino, 32 games that he has been unscored upon. That covers 26 2/3 innings. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Pretty good movement on that sinker.
Yeah.
94 miles an hour with a lot of movement to it. Got a really good breaking ball, hard slider that he throws, sweeping slider to right-hand hitters. Threw on to Adrian. Adrian knocked it into center field for a game winner.
And Chirino's gone swinging. 1 out, back to the top of the order.
Right fielder Shin-Soo Choo.
And there it is. Good slider.
So Ottavino now facing Shin-Soo Choo, who is 0 for 4 with a walk. Choo has flied out a couple of times, grounded out, and struck out today. 1 ball and no strikes. Rangers need to get a couple on to bring the tying run to home plate. 1-1 on the foul ball. Odor gets a sign. And a check swing foul. Chu not real pleased that he foul tipped that one. But at least he didn't put it in play. Get another hack at him. Check swing, strike 3 call, and Chu gone on strikes. That is out number 2.
Looked outside to right at the end, came back toward the plate. Let's see if they got there. I don't know. Almost. I don't know any left-hand hitter's going to swing at that ball.
No. No, Rangers down to their last out now. Ian Desmond steps in. Desmond 2 for 5 with a couple of runs driven in. Ian had singles in both the 3rd and 4th inning. Scored both those times. He has driven in a couple today, so the RBI total now up to 70. Nothing, or 1 and 1, excuse me. Jeff Bannister Ball Club needing a big comeback here with 2 outs. Nobody on, trying to keep that winning streak alive. Currently at 5 straight. Rangers the 3rd best record at home in the big leagues. 35 and 17 coming into play today. The 2-1 pitch. Ottavino now taking a little too long. Now the right-hander's ready one more time. 3-2. Now if Desmond can extend this 9th inning, Rougned Odor is in the on-deck circle. The payoff pitch to Desmond. Call, strike 3, and Ottavino ends up striking out the side. The Rangers gone in the 9th, so they did not have one more comeback in them as the Rockies salvage the last game of these two-game series. One in Coors Field and one here at Globe Life Park. Rangers end up winning 3 out of 4. But the Rockies victorious today, 12-9, the final here. We'll be back to Globe Life Park with more right after this on Fox Sports Southwest.